Well, hello everyone. Welcome to day 84. Today is October 30th. It's a Thursday. It is 5:55 p.m. What else should I share about today? Live from Dubai. Welcome, guys. It is day 84, so that means we're creeping closer to 100. Nothing special planned just yet for 100, but at the very least, I think the only thing I committed to is I'll show you guys how long my hair is. So yeah, how special is that, right? Welcome, guys. So did I stream yesterday? I did not. So it's good to be back. Yesterday was very, very fun for me personally. We hit some milestones in life. I didn't think that the milestone of having one of my films or videos showcased on a cinema, Vox Cinema theater screen, whatever, would ever be anytime soon. So I feel like yesterday was a bit of a curveball in the bestest of ways. But yeah, so yesterday, if you recall, I was mentioning that there was an event that Nikon was hosting. Essentially, they're doing kind of like I don't know if you would call it a soft launch, but essentially they were doing a launch event for their recently announced and recently launched Nikon ZR. And so I got invited because I was one of the few content creators who, got to shoot with the camera from the region and make some content out of it. And so they invited me to say, like, hey, we would like to be able to try to play your film on... Actually, I had no idea what the... They didn't actually tell me much about what the event was going to be like. But at the very least, this is... If you recall from some of my previous live streams, I mentioned that I needed to export my short documentary film into some kind of DCP DCI format or something like that, and apparently it was so that they could play it on a big screen. So yeah, then that's exactly what happened. So I got to see my video on that massive IMAX theater cinema screen, whatever, and my god, that was such a cool experience. Top 10 for me for sure. Just unexpected. And I was so nervous too, because again, I had no idea what the game plan was. I didn't think it was going to be a big event or anything. So many people there, so many people. And yeah, it was nerve wracking, because then once I saw the people, I was like, oh wait, holy crap. I hope my video turns out okay. Because I exported it into this format I'd never heard of before, and I had no idea. And so they had told me, don't worry, everything's fine. But I never got to see the video on the big screen before they played it. So it was just a lot of fingers crossed. And it looked amazing. The only issue was on the audio side. I felt like this is a me thing, that like taking notes for next time. But apparently when I was editing it, I had to put it into this 5.1 audio thing. And I must have done something wrong where whenever you hear the narrator's voice, Dr. Rakundo, he's like the main person I interviewed for the 5-minute documentary. When there was like his voice plus soundtrack, plus when there was like certain like ambient sounds that were playing, like let's say the chimpanzees in the distance or whatever, it would then duck his voice down slightly. So it would drop his voice a bit, and they did their best to amplify it. I mean, I'm acting as if like it was a really bad quality. I just, because I hear it, I could tell that the audio dropped a bit, but it was obviously more than fine. And so, man, it was such a cool experience. They told me to dress up, and so I did, and I was like, damn, I overdressed, because everyone there, like majority of people there, were just chilling in like t-shirts and whatever else. So I felt a fool dressed up in a suit and everything. But yeah, so yesterday was really cool. What were the highlights from it? I think the coolest thing, though, for sure, I already said, right? Seeing it on the big screen was like so cool. The one thing I wasn't expecting is that they asked me to come down to the front, and then there was a Q&A section. So I literally had no idea that I was going to be speaking. I had no idea that they would be asking me questions. Like anyone, it was one of those like, hey, anyone in the audience, ask questions. And my goodness, there were so many questions they threw at me. Everyone told me I was okay, but my God, I felt like, yo, I'm just spitballing answers. I'm just spitballing random things. And I mentioned on my Instagram stories. So if you'd like to see, and I actually have some of the footages available. So I figure we can start today just kind of recapping, because I don't know if I'm actually going to play, because I had a friend record the whole thing of like, I guess when I went down for the Q&A session. I don't think it'll be a bit too cringe-inducing for me to play when I'm speaking. But anyways, let me see. Can I find the footages? I just airdropped it. Let's see what I can play first. Let's drag this over here. That didn't really show much. Oh yeah, so then when you go inside the theater, and the cool thing was, you know, they had like a really long looping video as like kind of a nice little preview as people are sitting down, and to start off the video, it was all these footages that were captured by me, by some of the other people on the trip, who are like capturing some of the behind the scenes of one of my recent trips to Vietnam, where I took a group of about, I think like 10 people to Vietnam. So this is a trip that I had organized with someone, a really amazing, you know, photographer in Vietnam. So she helped me coordinate and organize a itinerary and a trip. And then it was through Nikon. And so we had this like group tour. So I took about 10 people with me, and it was a lot of just kind of photo shooting with models and like nature, cultural shots. And so it was kind of cool to see it on the big screen here. Like they took some time to like put it together. And there's me right there out in the wild. So in case anyone wanted to see what it looks like to see me when I'm shooting, I look ridiculous, man. I'm carrying like my backpack. I've got like 2 bags on. In this case, I had a Atomos thing attached or something like that, external screen. So it was a bit wild, but yeah, it was cool to see that they were playing that. Yo, what's up, Photo Elite? Spitballing the answers is what 99% of people do in those situations. Maybe, I guess so. But okay, here's what I'll say. I personally don't feel. I know. I'm kind of aware that I tend to ramble, and it's one of those things where it's fun in a casual setting, but when it's in like a professional setting, I just always have to have extra energy spent, like warning myself, like, okay, hurry it up, get to the point, blah blah blah. So yeah, anyways, that was in my mind. So if I knew that there was going to be a Q&A section, I would have at least mentally prepared myself, which I have to do. Like I would have thought through like what are the key talking points, remind myself what are my favorite features, what are things, you know, like just general stuff like that, right? But it's completely out of my brain. I thought I was just there to enjoy some launch event and see my footage on a screen. So it was a little bit unexpected. So then it was just me like racking my brain on the spot. And okay, I'm here, let me see if I can show you. Okay, I'll take one step at a time. Hold on one second. So let me play this first. So this is what it looked like.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest.
So anyways, it looked really good. There was no like I said, the only issues, maybe, I wonder if, because this is just recorded on my phone, I wonder if you can see at some point, I can hear the audio duct at some point.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo.
So all of this was fine.
I'm a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust.
And then I think, I forget who complained to me about it. It was good critique, but maybe it was Cyronius, maybe it was YouPhoto. I think it was Kevin, Eudora Park for sure. But yeah, I did make some fixes here prior to sending it off to them. So then previously I had put the lower thirds in the bottom third, and then I shifted the subtitles off to the left for that portion. And apparently that was a big no-no. So I did make some fixes for this version.
For now 16 years. Our vision is to secure chimpanzees in their natural habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees. Number Island.
Not there. I felt like it was somewhere in the middle of the 5 minutes where you can clearly hear, in my opinion, the audio drop.
In the problem, but we're looking for a place. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want. So there is no interaction.
But also, just another kind of side note, I was actually super impressed that, or I had no idea, right? So this is how little I know about this world. when they asked me to export my footage, they said it has to be in this DCP scope or something like that. And when you look at the resolution, I think it was saying like 2000 something something by 1000 something something. So I was like, holy shit, how do you so yeah, I was confused, and I still am. It's like, how do you then have a, at least by that numbering, it seems like it's a lower resolution, but then somehow you're gonna blow it up onto a big ass screen. So I was actually shocked or surprised that that it works that way. In my mind, I guess I never really thought it through, right? Which is typical of me. But I was just assuming like, oh, I guess if they want something on the big screen, you have to like shoot in some crazy like 8K or some high format for. I just assume Hollywood, you know, they would probably film in like some 12K, 8K, whatever formula to get it onto the big screen. But yeah, I guess I might be mistaken to a certain extent. Okay, let me see where.
Many of the chimps that we have, the challenges haven't been about 20.
Okay, the other thing is maybe you just can't hear it in this recording, so maybe it just kind of compensates. But yeah, definitely there were times where I felt the audio of the voiceover kind of dropped a bit. Not like it was still, you know, like fine. Obviously, I was happy with it, but I was like, oh, okay. There's something I can learn from this going forward. I must have done something when I converted that whole audio from stereo into 5.1. I think I might have done something wrong.
Very, very big fear that within 20 years.
But it's so cool seeing this moment here. The big ass chimp coming through.
As humans, we protect what we love, but we only love what we know.
Yeah, so anyways, so that was really cool. Got to see it on the big screen. And then I think, yeah, so my friend recorded when they asked me to come down to the side, and then they like do a little introduction. There's me. So hold on. Look at me just walking, doing the thing. And then because essentially there's like a few people from the Nikon team. There's like one of the key execs from Japan, I think, who had flown over. And then there's some other filmmakers, because I think there were two other filmmakers who got access to the ZR, and they had made their films as well. So that got played on the big screen as well. So anyways, then they brought us up there, and then it just turned into a big ass like Q&A. And man, the reception was so amazing. I will say, I've never gotten more of an ego boost in my life, I don't think, than yesterday. And it was like, I could not have, if you could have inflated my ego anymore, I would have just like popped like a balloon or something, because it was amazing, right? Like there's so many people who came up to me afterwards. There are people, you know, they asked a bunch of questions directed at me, asking like, I think they were asking questions like, you know, did you film this by yourself, or like what team did you have to film this? Which is cool, because I was like, it's nice to be able to tell them like, no, it's just me. And then I gave a shout out to the Nikon representative who, you know, filmed a lot of the behind the scenes for me, right? But like, you know, ultimately this is everything on camera, everything you see, everything that was edited, everything was something that I did. So I'm very proud of it. But it was cool to see that. A lot of cool questions, and then a bunch of people afterwards who reached out to me after the event was over, and yeah, some like representatives from DJI, I think, some people from like some people who own like production studios around the, you know, like Africa, Middle East area, and then some representatives from South Africa. So yeah, hopefully this can turn into some really cool opportunities where they're like, hey, let's connect, let's get your number, and then maybe there might be some future opportunities where I can like collaborate on whatever project. So yeah. Anyways, it was really cool. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play any of this, or let me just see.
They are located on either sides.
I might have to just.
This is
your masterpiece, this National Geographic documentary.
Yo, what a compliment, right? This dude saying National Geographic level. I think I said a bunch of times, I was like, yo, just, you know, if you have a contact with Nat Geo, let them know. What's up, Kevin? Kevin says, getting it. Yeah, wow, I mentioned your name and you got summoned. I was saying I made a fix to the video that got shown on the big screen. So I think, Kevin, you were one of the people who told me to adjust the subtitles so that they don't kind of pop up off to the side. So when I did play it here, look at that. So basically there were 3 acts, right? So then they showed one film, a second one. Each one is like less than 5 minutes, and then I was the final act, and then basically the event kind of ended, followed by the Q&A. But yeah, so then they played the whole video. Oh man, it was so cool. I honestly I mean, I keep saying I could die happy. I could technically just die happy any day, really, in the past however long. But this is definitely one of those things where I can tick off from the bucket list of like, never would I expect to be able to see one of my footages or films on like an IMAX theater screen. Right here, right here. So I think, Kevin, you might be getting some stolen valor. I might be attributing to you what was someone else. What's up, King Kruk as well? Warm it up, Joe Bell. Yes, we're just doing some warm up. We got some fun things. I got a cat bed that I need to unbox in a second and install onto my desk.
And I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust and Ngamba Island for...
So right here, I think it was Kevin. That was me and L. Okay. Yeah, so previously I had the lower thirds in that kind of area where I just assumed everyone always pops it, and then I shifted the caption over to the left to give some space. And apparently that's a big no-no, so I just want you to know I did go and correct it. I was laughing because I think when I corrected it, it was during one of my live streams. I don't think you were there. So then I was like, oh man, wait till you see that my correction actually breaks another rule, where it's like, whoa, why did you put the new thirds over here? Are you insane? Like, you're supposed to put it over, I don't know. So I was like, okay, hopefully it's not one of those you fix one problem and 2 more pop up. But yeah, it turned out super, super cool. Man, anyway, so then where I was getting to is they did not tell me this, by the way. It was the game changer, says Kevin. Yeah, hells yeah. Nobody prepped me for this because I think everyone was scrambling from the Nikon side just to get this event prepared and all that. So I just show up, and then they're like, hey, check your phone. Like, someone was like trying to get my attention. It's like, and then the message is like, yo, you need to come down. You should head down now. I was like, okay. And then I head down, and it's a freaking Q&A session. So then they brought down everybody, and then yeah, so then they were asking questions. And the second freaking question that I got, okay, so here's the thing. I feel so flattered. Yesterday, like I said, was like probably one of the biggest ego confidence booster I've ever received. I had so many people come up to me, like established filmmakers or people who have like production agencies, and they all gave like such kind words and just like gave encouragement that I should continue doing this. So man, like, I cannot say enough. Yesterday was like so memorable. I feel so hyped. Like I'm like itching. I'm like, yo, okay, I need to ride this momentum. I need to do more of this as soon as possible. So that was really encouraging. But the second freaking question that I got was obviously not like intended or whatever, but basically they asked something. I wanted to play it back because honestly this night was a blur. I think they asked something like, what is some feature of the Nikon ZR you wish would get improved, or like that you didn't like? And I'm like, you got to be shitting me, man. I was like, I was not prepared to answer that. And meanwhile, I'm on stage next to like these big ass execs from Nikon, like, again, the ones that flew over from the head office too. I don't even know if I want to go over my answers, but hold on, what did I say? So the first question, what was it?
National Geographic documentary. I know you are adventurous.
Thanks, Kevin. Where was this?
But this is very humane and.
Where was it? It was at some. There's one of these malls in Dubai. There's plenty of them, but they have a Vox Cinema or like some big theater, like a movie theater in the mall. So they basically, I guess, rented out or like reserved the whole theater or whatever for this event. And so then they just took over this IMAX theater for it. But yeah, it was in Dubai.
I'd love to know the story behind this amazing short film. Thank you.
Testing.
God, man. Anyways, I gave my answer there. I posted a little bit. Someone posted this on Instagram, and I reposted it as a story. So there's like a partial answer there. I think it'd be too cringe to listen to myself for too long. I just want to see if I can get to the second question.
Usually I just travel, I film whatever. This one, sure, the wildlife. Last times just kind of happened to go to shoot. Is it possible? Because they have facilitate the impact of humanity on life. And I've always.
Jesus.
yourself or you had a custom crew?
Thank you. I had shout out to Joanna over there from the Nikon side. So yeah, so Joanna helped me a lot with all the behind the scenes and everything. But no, it's just generally speaking, it's just me. I'm very much a solo travel.
So anyways, yeah, that's when I think the same guy was asking if who was part of the team or how did I film it.
If I could put it together, but yeah, I appreciate it.
You gotta show us the F. What my answers, dude? Oh man, I was just rambling like, oh man. But to be fair, I guess I ramble on these live streams already. So, okay, fine. You know, the funny thing is, I had a number of people, even from like the Nikon exec team. They told it's so weird because like this is where you get that disjointed. What do you call it? My perception of myself is so different from other people sometimes, and when it comes to like me speaking here, yo, I kid you not, I honestly was like, I need to stop talking so much. I'm saying way too much. I don't know if I'm making sense, but you just kind of spitball and whatever. But then some of these execs and other people, they like complimented me on on how I responded to the questions. I was like, really? So yeah, which is weird because like, okay, anyways, fine, I'll play it. You said we need the cringiest one. We're paid subscribers. Fair enough. Okay. Then let me start from I guess the first question. What was it? Let me blow my nose.
Geographic documentary. I know you are adventurous and you are traveling a lot, but this is very humane, and I'd love to know the story behind this amazing short film. Thank you.
Testing. Thank you very much. Please do tell Nat Geo to work with me, so I will take you up on that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and honestly, that's probably the best compliment to say that there's like a human connection because I'm very new to filmmaking. That was my first time trying to make like I guess, a short film or something where I go into it with a thought process. Usually I just travel, I film whatever, and then I try to see if there's a story I can salvage afterwards. In terms of this one, I've been to Uganda a number of times. I love the country, I love the people, the nature, the wildlife, and I've been fortunate enough to go and take other people with me a number of times. And one of the last times I went, I actually got to go on a gorilla trek with someone who used to be the former executive director for that Ngamba Island chimpanzee sanctuary. So just kind of happenstance. So I got her contact information afterwards, and so when everything came around of potentially, you know, where do I go to shoot a quick, let's say, film or something with the Nikon ZR, Uganda just came first. I reached out to her to see, is it possible? Because she had told me that this island was amazing.
See, like,
it's
just to self-critique
very much,
myself,
human.
did they really need all the freaking details step by step of I met this person here and then from there I then asked about this and like, so this is what I'm saying. It's like in hindsight, and I think I'm being objective about it. Like if I were to critique anyone, not just myself, I would have said like, okay, there's a way you could have shortened this answer. You could have removed a bunch of the fluff and just get straight to like, okay, he didn't really give a shit about literal step by step. He just wanted to know maybe like the thought process, what made you think this story, whatever else, right? So this is where it's like, again, I wish I had prepared a bit more, or I wish they had told me that there was going to be a Q&A, so then I could have like rehearsed a bit of like my answers in advance. Not that I would know what people would ask, but at the very least, just kind of refresh myself on like, what was the purpose or the mission of this, this trip and all that kind of stuff. That boy did not wait to use the opportunity to shoot his shot. I'm pretty sure I kept saying it all the time, like shout out Nat Geo, blah, blah, blah. Dude, do you know the typical person would be shitting a brick in your shoes? I would have probably had a brain fart and a word salad. Yeah, and you know what? That is true. And I did do a lot of quote unquote public speaking in my previous job where it's not like public in the sense that you're on a stage all the time, but it was a lot of like speaking to, you know, high executive clients, CEOs, whatever, and you're doing like a 1 hour like tour about the company, doing like live demos and like talking them through. And then when the demos don't work, which inevitably always happens, then having to spitball your way out of it. And like, you know, when they ask tough questions, trying to figure out how to like respond to it. So I've done that. I've done that quite extensively. Sure. So I guess above average is what I'd say. But still, to me, it's like quite clear that there's being succinct is not my forte, but it's one of those things that I'm trying to get better at. Not necessarily for the live streams, but definitely for like a public venture. So you're nervous, but you're still hitting the mark, even if it is overshot. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Listen, I'm over critiquing. Obviously, man, it was just such a cringy thing. People like me were nervous and visually, physically nervous. Yeah, you know what? I was probably fidgeting quite a bit too. So yeah, I never know what to do with my hands at, in between or during. My hands are all over the place. But I think that's not a bad thing.
How do we try to rehabilitate and take care of these rescue chimpanzees, and hopefully raise awareness as well of what the impact of humanity is to, let's say, the wildlife. So honestly, it was just more happenstance that thankfully the connections were made in time, and I've always been wanting to go there, so it was just one of the perfect opportunities. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Also, I was the first person to get a question, so like even that, I'm like testing the mic. And,
By yourself, or you had a custom crew?
Thank you. I had shout out to Joanna over there from the Nikon side. So yeah, so Joanna helped me a lot.
You can also hear I was trying to say Nikon at times. I kept forgetting because then there's like the actual Japanese execs or whatever on stage with me. So I got a little bit intimidated. I'm like, oh wait, let's maybe say Nikon, or sorry, not Nikon. King, you said, oh wait, no, Kevin, you're like, we lose our thought halfway through a sentence. Dude, I do that all the time. That's why, yeah, I don't know, I do it all the time. And you can almost hear by the end of my response, I finally kind of was coming to like okay, I need to wrap it up. Oh, this is a better way I could have summarized. So I kind of like re-summarized at the very end what I could have said instead of the longer, lead up to it. So yeah, that's literally, you're seeing my brain catching up to my mouth. Dejon's finest, Jobel Reppin. Thank you. Kevin says, I have to be medicated before getting on stage. Yeah, this is a alcohol-free event also. They just had popcorn and Pepsi. They didn't even have Coke of either type. Whatever they gave Biden, I need about 2 of those. Yeah, just give me a shot straight to the veins, I think the guy who was filming this, I think I seen the option. I never seen people use it. I think he must have recorded this, and there might be like a pause button on the recording, because you can see it's hopping around to, I guess, every time it was back to me, but it's just one video, so I don't know how he did that. But, yeah.
But no, it's just, generally speaking, it's just me. I'm very much a solo travel filmmaker, although I would love a crew, so if anyone is wanting to travel with me and knows how to handle a camera, that'd be great. But no, it was all mainly filmed by me, and then just trying to see if I could put it together. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it feels weird in those moments, like on it, like, because like, yeah, everything was done by me for sure, right? But it just feels weird when you're on a stage and someone asks you that. It just like, I don't want to come off. I feel like whatever response I give, it would just come off as like, I don't want it to sound pretentious or like cocky, because that's not the approach that I don't know. So I just felt weird trying to, it was a very long answer. Honestly, when he asked it, I could have just said, yeah, it was just me. But then I was literally, you're seeing my brain. I'm giving you guys the breakdown of how my mind works. So like in that moment, this is me trying to find a way to say that this was just shot by myself without saying that this was shot and edited and everything by myself, because I just felt like it would come off like weird or like, yeah. So anyways, hilariously desperate, just a bit. Yeah. Oh man. Oh. And again, I'm flattered, but all these questions were directed at me. I shit you not. Because it was just a free-for-all, right? So there was a bunch asked to this Arabic guy here, because I think he's like a well-known colorist, or like this guy's a big shot, whoever this guy is here. So there's a number of questions thrown at him in Arabic. I have no idea what they asked. But then like it seemed like 75% of the questions were given to me, which again, I'm flattered, but
Start off by saying I wasn't expecting to speak at this event. Let me think about that real quick. So if there's one thing about the ZR that I wish could be improved upon or changed.
Yeah, okay, so this is the second question, right? and this is the dude who basically asked, like, what is one thing about the ZR you wish would be different? And you're like, man, seriously, you're gonna ask me to say that in front of all the Nikon people? I think I ended up getting to an answer. Jesus, let me see what I said.
Let me think about that real quick. So if there's one thing about the ZR that I wish could be improved upon or changed, I'm not gonna get like in trouble for anything I say, right? Honest, yeah. Sorry, I'm just on the spot here, but I guess in terms.
Oh yeah, and that guy, I don't know who he is, but I'm assuming he's like head honcho because everyone was surrounding him at times to like get his photo and videos and stuff. So I'm assuming he must be like one of the head honchos of Nikon, maybe. This is how little I know of anything, by the way. People always think I'm joking when I'm like, yo, I know shit about most things. Yeah, I wonder. I'm sure I could Google whoever this guy is, but he basically told me like, just give an honest answer, and I was like, okay, well, thanks, but that doesn't really. It's like, you know, it's like give an honest answer, and meanwhile he's pointing a gun at me. That's like how I feel. The response is. Fazil says, "What's up, Yo Bell? Nice stream setup too." Well, thank you very much. Thanks for saying that, and thanks for hopping into the stream. We're just catching up on. I had a Nikon event yesterday where they played my film on a big screen, so it was really cool to see as like their launch for the ZR, and you know they were sharing words and stuff. And then basically, I'm just rewatching someone, a friend of mine recorded a Q&A that happened at the end, which was unexpected. So you're seeing me flounder through some of the responses. Kevin says, this is really good for you, though. You'll be ready next. What's your worst weakness? Yeah. It's like, oh, man. It's like, yeah, if someone asks you in front of your partner, like, what's one thing about your partner you wish would be different? It's like, really? Really? You're going to do that?
One thing would maybe be that I would love to obviously have two CF Express Type B card slots. That'd be nice, just because I film a lot. Thankfully, I have like a 1 terabyte memory card that I normally use. But that would be nice if there was space for that. Man, wait, I should probably just stop at one. So, okay, I'll have one other thing. It's not about the camera itself. I just had some gripes with the small rig where I just couldn't figure out. I have small fingers, I think, so I had trouble trying to get some of the buttons because of the cage. So not Nikon's fault, Nikon's fault. Yeah, small rig, yeah.
Yeah, so then I basically decided, let me throw Small Rig under the bus. So hopefully Small Rig was not attending this event or watching any of my streams, obviously. But yeah, basically I was like, okay, maybe what I can say is the dual, if it was possible to have two CF Express Type B cards, obviously, or the 2 slots, that would have been fantastic. If I had more time to think, you know, there's definitely critiques for sure. I just, on the spot, I couldn't think of anything major. Because there's a few things, but I felt like it felt weird to bring it up because it seems like it's going to be like a firmware fix. Some things like, how do I separate the record button from a back button focus button? One, I wish there was a back button focus button to begin with, because obviously there's fewer physical buttons on the camera to, you know, have more space for the screen and stuff. But then like having that critique, then it becomes like, well, you're giving critiques of things that can't physically change. Or you're giving critiques of things that can digitally be changed. And I ended up going with one of the physically can't be changed things, which is the 2 card slots. So probably there's probably more politically correct responses there that I could have given. But I landed on the one that seemed to be the least about the quality of the camera, more just like the storage and redundancy. I think the other critique might be, and I think Photo Elite, maybe it was you who mentioned this, but I think having the battery next to, having the memory cards next to the battery, right? Or like having it all in the same kind of compartment could potentially be an issue. I didn't personally notice it in my very short time using it, but I guess, you know, overheating could potentially be possible. Man, what other answer would I have given if I had more time? It could have been, okay, here's the politically correct answer I could have given. Kevin, you said, I'd be over there with ChatGPT advanced voice mode earpiece. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. I think one proper answer could have been the fanless heat dissipation concept. And I say that mainly because it could be like, well, one of the potential concerns, because now I'm not saying like it's a real concern, but it's like one of the potential concerns would be with, you know, the fact that they're touting this like fanless heat dissipation. So while I personally never saw an issue, and I even recorded up to an hour of like a 4K 24 frames interview in like pretty moderate heat, I didn't notice any issues with it. I didn't notice any issues throughout when I was shooting throughout the day and all that. However, that I guess that could potentially be a concern is like, would there be cause for overheating in the long run? However, the flip side would be one unintended or unexpected benefit was the fact that because it's got a fanless heat dissipation, you actually capture even more crisp audio. Like the microphones just work that much better because it doesn't have to, you know, compensate for any of the fan whirring sounds within the machine itself, right? So like in some ways, I can imagine that can clean up the audio even more than it already is doing. So I guess that's like a potential additional benefit is that you just end up with cleaner audio than other types of cameras potentially could. So maybe I could have gone with something like that, where it's like a negative, but then giving one of the side effect positives, or maybe an intentional positive of why they went in that direction. I don't know. So, anyways, and then I said, well, okay, love you, Nikon. Let me shit on small rig. So, you should pause. Hi, thanks. That's a really good question. Yeah, you know what? I've been taught that before. I remember I took one of those classes in my previous job where like just pausing and just letting the dead silence, like not being afraid of the dead air and just collecting your thoughts. That's always good advice. I did not adhere to that advice though. I just rambled. You know what? I turned into like a semi-comedian and I did get a lot of laughs. So there was at least that. So
Shout out to them though. I do enjoy them. Just yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
also, I'm pretty sure it's spelled wrong. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be premiere with an E, not premiere without the E. Yeah, that was bothering me throughout every time I saw it. I think I might have OCD.
So I saw you working with the Z6 series cameras, and from shifting from Z6 series to Red, I want to know like what was your experience, which features you find very useful, and like what features you think that they should be added more in upcoming Z cameras.
Thank you for your question.
So I think this one, the guy was asking both Mohammed here next to me, who's speaking now, and myself, a question about like, you know, coming from like a Z6 III, what do you think in terms of the features, or yeah, what difference do you see, or like how do you see going from a Z6 III to now this? So he responded first.
I'd just like to take a moment and say that so.
Oh, I guess my friend cut out his response. Kevin, you said it's better than giving the fastest, concise answer as possible. Maybe, I don't know. I kind of disagree. I admire people who are like right to the point. I really admire that. It's like I think it's a really good skill set to have as a public speaker, just in general, right? Like in general, if you have the type of mindset or the ability to just kind of cut through the bullshit and get right to whatever you need to convey, that's like a really, really good skill set. Or it's something most people can't do. Most people, I would assume, is like me, right? Where we it's about the journey, you know, not the destination type approach. And so we kind of take our time, you know, visit the side routes, hit some dead ends, come back, hop over the fence, and then we ultimately get to where we need to be. And I think the people who just know and can see the straight and narrow path, boom, I respect that, and I wish I could do that. I don't make a concerted effort all the time to try to be like that, because I haven't but it is something in the back of my mind always, like, how can I be a bit more succinct? They don't give long-winded answers to pass the mic. You ever see a person on a panel that kind of doesn't like to be in the spotlight? They don't give long-winded answers. Okay, fair enough. I do it just because that's my nature. Yeah.
I don't have any. This is the first cinema quality camera that I've ever used. So just like the quick caveat I'll give is that in terms of my trajectory or like what my past experience is, I started as a photographer, then I went into a little bit of wildlife photography, into wildlife videography, but mainly for like short form. So think about like social media, TikToks, Instagrams, and all of that. And so then from there, I decided I wanted to do a bit more longer form, and I went into YouTube. Throughout this whole process, it's been in the past 3 years, and it's been shooting all with Nikon. So as I started learning video and wanting to film a lot more, especially for wildlife, it started with the Z9, then I would shoot a few times with the Z8, and then also with the Z6 III. So my experience only comes from the kind of like NRAW shooting world. So then for me, in terms of what did I notice that was drastically different, again, I can't really compare it to cinema quality. I've never even, I know it looks like boxes. That's all I know about cinema cameras. So then for me, the first thing I noticed was that that dynamic range was super impressive, because I'm a huge fan of NRAW. Everything I've created on my YouTube channel was filmed in NRAW. But
Shout out to my
with the
YouTube channel.
ZR,
I didn't do that
there were
intentionally, but I
moments when
should have. I should have
shooting, let's
kept
say,
plugging
over
my.
Whitebird or whatever it might be,
I should have
you have
mentioned
this kind of
in my live
smoke
stream. You can
inside
hear
that
this.
goes against the
Follow my
sun.
live stream, my
I
daily
just
live streams.
assumed that that shot was a throwaway shot. But then when I was going through in the post-production with some of the shots that I had, I was blown away by the fact that actually all of the shots, I think very few times did I actually have the footage where
My response is you guys have heard 1,000 times in my past streams. So I was just praising the dynamic range.
Since I did give one negative comment, I feel like I have to redeem myself in terms of the awesome quality and the features of the ZR for someone like me. So if you're someone who hasn't been in the cinematography world and you're like starting to get into it or you want to dabble in it, to me the 32-bit flow audio was just a godsend, because for my type of shooting, when it comes to wildlife, you can hear a bit, there's like chimpanzees that are screeching at you. And so usually in the past, I would have to set my mic at a certain level and hope that it's good, but there's no rescuing if a chimpanzee decides to scream into the camera, you don't have any audio. So just to be able to not ever worry about the audio was such an amazing experience for me. That 4-inch display was also amazing because I don't like to use external monitors or gimbals. Usually everything is handheld. And the stabilization was also impressive because the shot that started off in that documentary, it was just me holding the camera fairly low and then just walking backwards. And oftentimes I'm literally just looking behind me so I don't fully trip. So to have a moment like that where the chimpanzee is walking super fast, you're trying to keep focus, and you're trying to walk backwards and stay smooth. I noticed I almost fell. There is a little cliff here. So, but yeah, the point is, with that camera, just holding it handheld, I ended up with really stable shots, like way more than I think I deserve to have, just because if you saw the behind the scenes, it would just be me like stumbling backwards. Yeah, I gotta be careful. It would just be very clumsy. So then it allowed me to kind of level up, or at least have like a cheat code. So as someone who's starting off in filmmaking, I felt like it tricks people into thinking I was much more professional.
Update us if any leads come from this. Yeah, Kevin, like I was mentioning briefly, there was a number of people. Yeah, so it was big ego boost. A lot of people after this Q&A, just in the kind of casual networking session, they did get my information. It seems like there's some people in South Africa for like the imaging department or something like that. And then some other people reached out. I think one from like someone from DJI. So yeah, I don't know. It's really up to me, I think. But there's a number of people who either said they want to work with me in some capacity, who are also like filmmakers. Someone put me in touch with like there's some organization in Dubai where like a lot of creatives come together every month or so. So they invited me to go to the upcoming event, and then yeah, we'll see. And then continuing my relationship with the Nikon people, I hope they'll keep me in mind, for whatever next big ass product that they're gonna launch. That'll be super cool. Now, if they're like, okay, he's at the top of the list to reach out to, that would be super cool. I hope so. And then still, I need to figure out who has a contact at Nat Geo. That one I still haven't figured out yet. So we got a lot of work to do. So because nowadays with content, you said you being novice can be a good marketing steez. Get marketing good. because nowadays with content creators and beginners, it's a big market. Some folks rather see the opinion from a novice's standpoint. It's more relatable. I hope you're correct because that's what I'm banking my whole content creation on, is because like there's never like, and it's pretty clear, right? Again, shout out to all these people in the chat, you included, Kevin, but you know, Photo Elites and BD and L, Cyronius, you name it, right? It's like endless, the number of people where like you guys are actually well versed in the industry or the world that you're in. You understand in like layers and layers of detail and depth of like the different, you know, whatever products and the technicalities. I am very much like surface level and a lot of just like what do you call it, Hail Marys or like thought processes or like hoping for intuition, let's say, with some of my responses. So I very much am not someone coming from a level of expertise. So if I am to continue to build out my YouTube channel the right way, it's not going to be like, hey, watch my video about what I think about this or why you should listen to my tutorial because I'm the best at XYZ. It's always just going to be like, yo, I don't know what I'm talking about, but here's how I do things. And if you like it, here you go. So if being an amateur expert could be a brand, that is essentially what we're going for.
So yeah, that's like kind of my thank you guys. It was an honor to be able to shoot with this thing, but hopefully I've redeemed from the...
Yeah, okay, I can't.
Your name and your question.
So thank you for the challenging question. Wait,
What did he ask?
if I can just describe it in one sentence.
Oh, I think if you can describe the Nikon. Oh, I think someone asked, like, if you could describe the ZR in one sentence, what would it be? I think that's what they said. Hold on.
Do you have another question from the audience, please? State your name and your question.
So thank you for the challenging question. Wait, you asked if I can just describe it in one sentence. I think it's maybe, I'm going to cheat a bit because it's something I always say to myself, but it's kind of like to be inspired and to inspire. So I feel like this camera absolutely inspired me and it let me punch way above my weight. At the same time, I'm really thrilled by everyone's reactions to the film because you can imagine for me, this is a first, right? I've never done something like this before. It's, I didn't even know what the concept of shutter angle was or any of these like cinema features. Shout out to you. He had to explain it to me. So for someone like me that had zero experience or understanding of the cinematography world or what are considered pro cinema features, to have a camera that just, it felt intuitive. I could literally go out in just a few days and...
Okay, honestly, I don't think I can sit through more of this, but you get the point. A bunch of questions. I think there's maybe another question of like, if you can describe it in one word. So that was another question. I think the response I gave was that it was cheating would be the response.
What that camera's for is for people who are...
I think I gave a different answer. I basically said like, okay, if there's one word to describe it for me, it would be that it's cheating. And it has a bit of a negative connotation, so I switched it to like magical. Is that what I said? Did I say magical? That sounds so lame. Yeah, some folks, yeah, it's more relatable. Yeah, fair enough. I hope so. What's up, Mark, man? Getting ready for work, but wanted to say what's up. Well, thank you for saying hi. And enjoy your work soon, I guess, as best as you can. Yeah, doing well over here. So I came back from this event with Nikon. They showed my video on the big screen, and I was just playing a bit of there's a Q&A that occurred afterwards, which I was not prepared for. And so we were just playing a bit of this. And Kevin told me to play it, even though I find it very cringy. I got super far into it, right? There's only like a minute left. I don't think I can hear myself for much longer. But I do want to remind myself, there was a point, I think one of the questions is about describing in one word. So let me see. One word, fairy dust. Ooh woo. What if I said ooh woo? No one in the audience would have known what that meant, I'm sure. Hold on. Okay.
Yes. So we're going to take the last...
I like to say Nikon, but since this is a special day, we'll say Nikon. I'm obviously grateful that Nikon had invited me to test out the camera, and I think one of the reasons was probably because I'm not a professional filmmaker or anything like that. And I think this is what that camera's for, is for people who are amateurs or intermediate or aspiring, hybrid shooters or wanting and out footages. But I generally, even when I was
For me, the
Before we conclude, yes, should we step off the stage first?
Okay, thank God. Anyways, yeah, I think there's one question. Maybe it wasn't here. I skipped it. It was just like, in one word, what would you say? So I said cheating, and then I think I said magical or something lamer, but I was trying to find a more positive word. But basically, I was trying to say, like, it let me feel like I was tricking people into thinking that I was more professional than I actually am. And like, even like, I think the proof is absolutely in the pudding. I'm happy that people love the video. And everyone was like very shocked when I would tell them, like, you know, it was just me. I've never handled a cinema camera before. I don't know any of these terminologies, but that's again a huge testament to the camera itself. Is like, yo, anyone like me can pick up this camera, and not to say you're guaranteed to make some kind of cinematic content out of it, but the fact that you could, you know, it's possible to do, and not like impossibly so, like actually feasible to do. I think that's one of the benefits of this camera for sure, especially at that price point. You don't have to play everything. Well, it's too late now. I played most of it, so you get the point. So anyways, that was the event yesterday. And super, super happy with how it went. I will definitely keep you guys posted if some fun collaborations come from it. We'll see. Fingers crossed. It's really up to me, obviously. Another thing. Oh, no. Two things I'll say. One, my cat bed has arrived. It's a cat desk bed. So my thought was I can attach it to this desk part here. So then I think it like flaps down when I don't want it in use. And then I can flip it up. So then during streams or whenever at my desk, you know, one of my cats, if they can reach it, I have no idea, right? Cats are like so unpredictable. It took, what, the better part of like 4 months or so before Nala started using this cat bed. And that was only after I put the little Amazon cardboard box on top of the bed. So we'll see. We'll see. And is my cat even here right now? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got Nala chilling over on this bed today. But yeah, I do want to unbox this and install it. So we can do that on stream real quick, hopefully. And then the other quick update is I went to the psychiatrist today. I went to a freaking psychiatrist, which is very interesting for me because I, generally speaking, I don't really necessarily... I think I grew up in the generation, plus with my immigrant parents, you just don't think of mental health as really a real thing, right? You just kind of grow up assuming you should be able to tough yourself out of any situation, which I'm very grateful, by the way. And I do think it actually helped shape me in a way where I wouldn't change anything about me per se. But it was really nice to go to the psychiatrist. Nothing came of it yet, but they just gave me a referral to then do something called a psychometric, psychometrist, or a psychometric test. And then I need to get a blood test. I have to do something called an ECG or an EEG. Basically, she just wants to get a baseline of like what's my health, my levels, so then they can tell if I have a normal functioning brain or something to be concerned of before they go even further into like, okay, let's diagnose you or like give you pills and stuff. So, but she did, Kevin, you said they don't think a pill can fix their children. They just beat you upside your head. Yeah, exactly. But you know what? My doctor kind of affirmed for me that that's actually probably a good thing. Because she was like saying, you know, these days, like there's like an over medication and an over diagnosing, I think, of drugs, like medication and like disorders to, you know, the younger generations. So like I think everyone is just getting diagnosed with everything, like whether it's like some form of autism or ADHD or whatever else. And so she seemed to come across as if like that's not a positive thing. I don't think she was denigrating the diagnosis per se, but there was like some side effects of like when everyone's being treated and being told that they have certain disorders and you take medication for it, it might soften you up in some ways from actually, you know, being able to push yourself mentally into the next level of whatever it is. And so you know, like in terms of how I grew up and like many of us in our generation, maybe it's like you had no pills to, you know, help you survive. You had, like you said, physical, just beat downs by your parents. You have like just constant, like you have no one, you know, what can you do? You have to tough it out. You have to find a way to de-stress yourself out of the stress. You have to mentally just fight through a bunch of shit. And it probably does build up a level of resilience that you wouldn't be able to get to if you were always medicated, perhaps. Perhaps. I don't know. But she seemed to like give credence to maybe there's some truth to that approach as well. And I kind of liked it. We only briefly spoke, but she definitely came off as like, I don't necessarily want to push medication. That should be like a last resort, because obviously there's a bunch of side effects with any of these like pills to consider. But also it's like, you know what? Everyone talks about the negative. I think she was also kind of saying that most likely I have ADHD, but she was like saying, look, people always focus on the bad effects or the bad attributes of like ADHD, but then no one talks about necessarily the positive things or the things that can make someone more creative, the things that make you more abnormal, but allow you to do things that other people don't necessarily do. So like even she was explaining how like my hyper focus, or the fact that, yeah, like my hyper focus would be something that could be attributed to ADHD, but then would I really want to change that? Would I really want to change when the ability that I can have at times to just like click and do something for hours and hours on end? And then she was talking about when I explained how I multitask. So whenever I'm working on something, I can't just singularly focus on one task at a time. I'm like doing this, I'm listening to music, I have Netflix or some movie playing on another screen, I've got another screen over here, I got my iPhone in front of me, so then I'm just like constantly just bouncing around between things. But then she was like saying that's probably how you've actually compensated for your lack of ability to focus on one task. But you have found a solution, and your solution is what makes things exciting for you. It makes you able to function and be productive in a world where you can't necessarily focus on one task at a time. And so it's like, okay, well, would I really want to change that if I took a drug that makes me just focus on one thing at a time? I don't know. So anyway, so she was kind of saying like, look, at the very least, you should be aware of whatever you're getting, you know, if you end up with ADHD or not. Just being aware is all you should care about. And then we can talk about like, you know, what's the steps if you want to correct for it. So anyways. So those are the fun little updates for what happened yesterday and today. She knows you want some Adderall. I don't think Adderall is the one that I want. not that I'm saying, yo, I want the drugs. But with my lack of knowledge, I at least have 2 anecdotal stories now of some people I've heard of who they took Vyvanse. And from the Vyvanse, they were like, it, you know, you can see clearly now type thing, right? And so I am a little bit sold now of like, oh, maybe I should try the Vyvanse. So I would be lying if I didn't say a part of me wouldn't mind trying a medication like Vyvanse just to see. But I also don't necessarily want to take any drugs. Like I just don't, there's so many, you know, I've lived my life so far without necessarily being medicated on a daily basis, except for my freaking allergies, which taking the drug doesn't seem to help me much. But yeah, Vyvanse I've heard is the one that some people have had really good experiences with. She's saying that to try to read your reaction. Yo, you know what? I did wonder about that. Like, I wonder if I ran my own, what do you call it? Like a psychiatry. If I ran my own clinic for psychiatry and psychology or whatever, I would 1000% make it so that I have cameras set up in the lobby. I have cameras set up in the office, and that whole thing would be part of the actual diagnosis. Like seeing, you know, what are you doing while you're waiting? Or do you get impatient? Are you distracted? Are you like, you know, fidgeting, blah, blah, blah. And then when you're having the conversation, if I keep interrupting you, how do you respond to that? Blah, blah, blah. I would absolutely make that part of the actual thing and then reveal to them later, like, oh, by the way, instead of giving you a questionnaire or something where you can bullshit your answer, we actually have these recordings behind the scenes, which then gives us an even better sense up front if you have certain disorders or whatever. So that I would 1000% do that. Foco Guana says, hello. Hey, welcome back. Thanks for saying hello from the Kick side. You are my lone Kick viewer. I appreciate your presence there. Yeah, it's like with depression meds, do you want to be happy, but you can't have good S? Yeah, exactly. Can I say that? Man, I'm like trying to be overly cautious. I say shit all the time, which I guess maybe means I can say other stuff on stream. What's up, L Thing? L says, just put a bunch of stuff on eBay. Nice. I feel like you're always selling stuff. Are you like buying and reselling, or are you just like selling stuff that you've had for some time? King says, get that money, man. Gamble all. Good on you for attempting. That's psychotic and probably some type of violation. Yeah, don't get me wrong. This is why I don't run my own clinic. But is it psychotic? Well, it is supposed to be for psychology, right? So can one blame one for doing a psychotic thing, for diagnosing psychotic people? Patients have rights, at least in America. Yeah. No, that's what you do. You have them sign something, because everyone knows they don't read what they sign. So then they sign something and then retroact. It's like you sign something that says, I give permission to be retroactively filmed in the name of diagnosing whatever I might have. And it's only going to be in the office, right? And you reveal it to them anyways. It's part of the diagnosis. King, you says you could be a therapist to gorillas. Yeah, there we go. You don't need their permission, right? L says, can I have 100 points so I can gamble all until I lose? Yes, you may, but I think L, if you have 0 points, hold on, let me check, because sometimes your name disappears. It, at least from the Streamlabs side, it's not the most like well-built system, I'll say. Let me see if I can find your name. Okay, there you are. Okay, we'll give you. Let's give you. Oh shoot! I almost deleted you. Wrong button. All right, we'll give you 500. How about that? And then I think you have 500 on Twitch already, right? So you got 500 on Twitch, and then you have 500. Oh, I gave you 500 on YouTube. So here, I'm in a giving mood. But yeah, shout out to L. I mentioned you earlier. So wow, and you lost it all right away. Good on you. Unalive type shit, yeah. Selling stuff I stockpiled recently. Gotcha. Bro, we're adults. Yeah, that is true. I don't know. I'm just like being... I want to like survive a bit longer on live streaming stuff before I feel like I'm comfortable, like without any kind of weird, you know, things that could get my stream struck in some way. I don't know. Elthing, just a quick update since you hopped in. I was giving a shout out to you earlier because I went to an event yesterday. I mentioned Nikon did like a ZR launch event. They played my film on the big like IMAX theater screen. It was super cool. And as part of that, I was making a quick reference where I did fix the subtitle thing. And Kevin was telling me that you were the other person who critiqued me for that, you know, having the caption pop over to the left. So I did fix it. I got a warm reception from the film. I feel super motivated and encouraged right now to like continue doing this. So we're riding the high right now. Yesterday was like, honestly, I cannot explain how much of a high it was just from everyone being super nice. Okay, Mr. Rogers. Put a gimbal, audio interface, analog mixer, 2 kit lenses, and 35 Funko Pops. Oh, you're talking about your eBay. Gotcha. I thought you were giving me instructions for something. Yo Bell is a big shot now. Yo, I absolutely felt like it yesterday. You know, it was so cool. People would come up to me like asking for selfies too. And that's happened a few times in the past when I was doing some workshops for Nikon. But yeah, it's like weird. It's like, what? Why is like a, you know, why are people wanting my photo? The other thing I was mentioning, I have this cat bed here that I want to unbox essentially and get into it. Yobel's a bit short now. A big shot now. Both. We'll go with both. Oh, I almost cut myself. Jesus, I gotta be careful. Wait, am I allowed to? Yeah, I don't know what the rules are on these streams. You have a Leica ambassador friend. Yo, that's cool. I would love to shoot with Leica stuff, but obviously I'm working with Nikon quite a bit, so... Alright, so this is my cat bed. I bought it on Amazon. We'll see if the quality is any good. But the beauty of this bed, if they end up using it, is that I can attach it to my desk right here. Let me just go full screen for a second. You're getting your best. Okay, a Canon. I need a Canon ambassador friend. Oh my god, I still need to put away my 400 lens. It's just been chilling on my. It's been chilling on my desk. Okay. Trying your best. Yo, there's another random thing I discovered called Pomodoro from I think her name is Anna of All Crafts, something like that on Twitch. So she had given us a cool raid the other day and introduced me to this concept called co-working on Twitch, which I still like. I get the concept. I don't know like how exactly does Twitch have it as a category, but I guess there's a channel category called co-working where I guess the streamer turns on a timer and then people in the chat will also kind of adhere to the timer where everyone's trying to be productive or something. L, you said co-working is a big thing here. Okay, oh, maybe you can explain a little bit. I guess maybe it's not rocket science, I hope, right? But my understanding was then it's like, oh, people will join streams so that they can be productive. And so then she gave me, she told me I should download something called Super Sweet Bot. So I've gone ahead and gotten that, I think it's like a Patreon you have to sign up for. But I've downloaded the thing, or it's not a download, but I can add it as an OBS overlay. And so I need to figure out how to attach it properly. But I guess it's a thing where what? You set a timer, it shows up on screen, and then people can add their task to the task list that shows up on the screen. So then it's like a collective task list. And then when the timer goes off, I don't know what happens. But Kevin, you said, I'm pretty much co-work full-time. Interesting. Oh, man. So this is like a real thing. Again, proof points that I know nothing about anything. Oh man, my cat's like so curious. She's like wondering, what the hell are you doing here? So we got the little cat bed part. People like me thrive on structure. What do you mean by that? Or as in like having a routine? Kevin says, ooh you. Ooh you. I like that. And the chatbot has translated your ooh you to oh. Okay, thank you. Now I understand. Oh, I like that. And freelancing is like this? Gotcha. L says, I would rather be a Sigma ambassador than a Canon Explorer of Light. What the hell is Explorer of Light? Is that what they... Is that what they go by? They call themselves Explorers of Light? Yo, that is like simultaneously the lamest, weakest shit I've ever heard. And also it's like, yo, that'd be cool to be like, I'm a light explorer. But it's a bit cheesy. That's their ambassador program? Yeah, jeez. All right, let's get this going. At the very least, Nala is very curious, so maybe she'll try it out. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it kind of looks like one of those rams, or like the bull horns, or like the deer heads that people mount on the wall. Actually, yeah, if I decorated this and like added a bit of a face to this, it could almost look like I mount this as if I hunted this thing. All right, anyways. I'm glad you are being featured by Nikon. Thank you, King Kruk. Yes, yeah, hopefully more, right? Hopefully we can only go up from here is the hope. But yeah, I would love to be like an official ambassador for them. But the thing is, I think that comes down to like more politics and things like that. Like, I don't think they want someone that looks like me. This is speculation, by the way. I don't think they would want someone that looks like me that is an ambassador for Middle East Africa. You know what I mean? You would assume like for all the regions, they would want ambassadors that kind of look like the region that they represent. So if you have Nikon Europe, you would probably want some, European looking people. Nikon Asia, right? Probably a bunch of Asians. Nikon Middle East and Africa, well then it's like I don't think I necessarily fit the mold, you know. Nikon. So basically, if I was living in the States right now, or if I was in Asia, then I could maybe make a case for myself. But as an Asian looking, clearly looking, an Asian living in Middle East Africa, would it make sense to be an ambassador for Nikon in this region? Because like, what am I ambassading? Or, you know, like you would assume they want to build bridges or gaps to the cultures that exist in the area. So maybe like having someone who actually speaks Arabic, or someone who is from Africa, or like, or represents some of the, you know, sub-regions, like the sub-Saharan regions or whatever. I just kind of, these are, again, speculations, right? So, looks like you. Yes, yes. I'm tired of the usual shills using the ZR and complaining about weird things and how the brand they use is better. I assume that would always happen, though, to be fair. Where's the TTS? Where's my TTS? All right, give me a... Oh, wait. Is it like kind of turned off in this full screen mode, maybe? Or did I forget to turn it on here? TTS monster? No, it's there. I'm not sure why it didn't play there. So you're saying your people. Did I use the Casper TTS? I have no idea what just happened. It should have played something. Man, there's so many
you're
things
saying your people?
Oh. Yo, why was that so... Wait, why was that so late? What the hell? King says, Joe Bell, this whole time I thought you were Swedish. I'm Swedish and... I'm Swedish and sourish. How about that? Is that an appropriate Asian answer to your response to what you said? Casper the Ghost voice.
What do you mean, ... you people? ...
Oh, ... Yeah, I don't know what that delay was. Yo, I feel like I don't need instructions. If I can't figure out how to put a cat bed together without, you know, just off of intuition.
Are you
saying,
some people are better than others?
Yeah, of course. There's always some people better than others. Now, if you're saying certain races better than others, if that's what you're asking, that's a whole other type of question, which I would say no. Photographer people are better than... Nikon users are better than others. That we know for sure. We just have more morals and like ethics that we stand on. We're just more principled, you know? Okay, I hope I can figure this out. Why does this look like a freaking basketball hoop? Oh my god. I'm struggling here, guys. Are you saying is what you meant to say. Gotcha, gotcha.
I'm the explorer of light, by St. George's beard. I have ventured farther than any soul of our shire. I have seen lands where the sun burns red at dawn, and the air smells of spice and thunder. Mark me, good fellow, the world is vast beyond the reach of any king's parchment.
Did you see that one thing? Is it Elijah Wood? Is he the one that plays Frodo? Did you see that thing where he like crashed some couple's wedding that was taking place at the Shire or something like that? Yo. Oh my god, I might need to read the instructions. By St. George's beard. Kevin, you know the 105 1.4 Sigma. Oh. Oh shoot. I'm just struggling, guys. Okay, I think I need to put this in first somehow. Oh, I also had a quick phone call, or I had like a video call with the folks at Musicbed. So I think they're helping me out because I was having some issues with the copyright system because I kept getting copyright struck while trying to use their service. So they were super friendly and helpful, informative. So I think it should be all fixed relatively soon. So I'm hoping by tomorrow's stream, I'll be going back to playing some Musicbed and building out the playlist off their music. So yeah, I'm sold, guys, on Musicbed. I felt like kind of sold on it quite early, to be fair. But I told them as much. I was like, yo, that one YouTuber, what was it? The one that we watched? Amira? No. Something Ramez. Amira Ramez? Yo, what's up, Low Bass? Kevin says I gotta lock in. Hey, Low Bass, I found someone selling the 105 1.4 arts. Guess why he was selling it? You need to work on your cat lady skills. I need to work on my skills overall. Low Bass. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you something. Photo Elite, because the other day when I was streaming, he mentioned for the TWCC chatbot, or because I think I had it set where like every 15 minutes or 20 minutes it would play one of the custom things, like the messages that I created. So he was saying like there should be some way where if no one's in the chat, like if I'm having a quiet day, that it wouldn't start spamming a bunch of those messages. So anyways, I said I would ask you about it if that setting's already created and I need to figure out how to turn it on or whatever. Jesus. You need to work on, yeah. Oh, by the way, Low Bass, just to quickly catch you up to speed. So I was mentioning yesterday was a really cool day for me. I went to that Nikon event. So they're doing a launch of the Nikon ZR. So I got to see my video on the full screen on like an IMAX theater big screen. I should, where was it? So if you guys follow me on Instagram, you can see it in my Instagram stories. Actually, this would be a good time to plug my Instagram. I don't think I've plugged it in quite some time. You can check out my Instagram stories, although it might be gone by now because of the 24-hour thing. Although I put it into a saved stories. So, one second. Let me find... So just quickly, I'll recap just for you, Low Bass. But yeah, so this is the cinema event. Yo, there were so many more people here than I imagined. And yeah, so they were playing on the screen as like a preview. So you can see some shots starting with this lady here, the model. This is from my Nikon group tour that I organized to Vietnam. So I took about like 10 people with me. And so we went around for a number of days photographing the models in different like cultural locations and environments. So it was really cool to see like they had put it all together into a nice little footage. And then this is what it looked like on the big screen. Yo, this felt so cool.
When the chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest.
And again, I don't understand how that works.
Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means that
I don't know how you get something as massive as a screen to play where the quality looks really clean. At least when I was there, it didn't seem like, you know, like you upscaled the shit out of some footage. But it's like the file that I provided was at like a 2000 something by 1000 something resolution. So yeah, I don't know how they make it work in like the Hollywood business, but to like then turn that into something that fills up the screen like this. And I personally, I couldn't really tell as if like things were really soft or you know, upscaled too much. So except for the audio. So I mentioned, I think the audio I need to make fixes going forward if I ever have the opportunity again to have something on a big screen. I think I need to pay more attention to the audio stuff. But yeah, it looks super cool on the big screen. I was really happy. Yeah, so anyways, that was yesterday's event. And then started today's stream. I was just showing a little bit of like, they threw in a curveball where I had to attend like a Q&A session. And so there's a bunch of cringy, you know, you can see me on stage as I give my responses to a bunch of questions. So yeah, that's just a quick recap of what we've been doing so far. And now I'm just I'm struggling a bit, which is really embarrassing, but I need to put this cat bed together. So I should be at the final stages. Oops. And then we'll see if my cats actually use it for all the time I'm spending putting it together. Have you tested the DJI Romo? I have not, but I just told you, by the way, right? Someone from DJI contacted me from that event. And so it sounds like I have the opportunity to work with DJI in a more official capacity, potentially. So what is the DJI Romo? DJI Romo. A water tank? What the hell? What am I looking at? Is this like a vacuum? DJI Romo robot vacuum? This is 1 day ago. Oh, wow. Oh, hey, what is this? Why am I so intrigued? DJI's long-anticipated entry into the robot vacuum market? Yo, I might have to get me one. Or, I don't think I have the money for it, but I feel like DJI does always a really good job with all their stuff. Okay, let's play this.
For years, DJI has led the way in technology. Now, that expertise powers a revolution in how we clean our spaces. Introducing the DJI Romo, a robot vacuum where true intelligence meets effortless home cleaning. Romo is designed to blend performance with style. Unlike traditional vacuums you hide away, Romo's refined design is made to be displayed as a work of art. Fast yet accurate, powerful yet quiet. At the core of Romo is DJI's proprietary sensing system. Equipped with dual fisheye vision, Romo.
Oops. Yo, what is going on with
sensing?
What was that other announcement that just came out about some human-looking robot that people can pre-order? Was it something like $20,000 or like some installment plan and you get a life-size? It felt like it was that one movie come to life, iRobots. Yeah, what's going on? I guess there's like robot stuff going off all the time, to be fair. That's just a Roomba? That's what I'm thinking. It's just like a transparent Roomba? Long anticipated, never heard of it. The Robo Vacuum. If there's anything you want to find out, ask me, not Amber. Fair enough, King Kruk. But you're not always on the stream, right? So I got Amber on speed dial.
System. Equipped with dual fisheye vision sensors, dual transmitter lidars, and advanced algorithms.
Sorry guys, I keep hitting buttons unintentionally. Where were we?
Fast yet accurate, powerful yet quiet. At the core of Romo is DJI's proprietary sensing system. Equipped with dual fisheye vision sensors, dual transmitter lidars, and advanced algorithms, Romo maps your space with precision and reliability. A custom-designed high-capacity fan, flexible dual robotic arms, water tank, and mop are all enclosed within a refined, tech-inspired shell. Moving beyond the conventional back-and-forth cleaning patterns, Romo is truly intelligent, with 3 custom solid-state lidars and dual vision sensors, delivering near 360-degree detection, a single card on the floor, a 2mm wire. Even under a bed or in darkness, no obstacle is too small. Romo maps every detail in real time for the smartest path forward. Romo is built to handle diverse cleaning needs. 2 bottles of specialized cleaning solution can be easily added to its system. With spatial awareness, Romo identifies different rooms and applies tailored cleaning methods, whether degreasing the kitchen or deodorizing floors throughout your home. For large debris, DJI designed a vacuum system with
That's just a Roomba?
ultra-strong
Yeah.
suction up to 25,000 pascals. A generous 164 milliliter onboard water tank keeps the mop continuously hydrated, ready to tackle even the toughest dirt. Its arms and mop glide between obstacles, cleaning edges thoroughly without ever getting stuck. Every move, from sensing to decision to action, flows in one smooth motion. Long-term performance starts at the base station. Romo's self-cleaning station uses 4 high-pressure water jets and a 16-millimeter large waste suction port. And
King Crook says Roomba is caveman tech. This is levels above. I'm gonna be real. I've heard like maybe every other. Actually, that's a lie. I don't think I heard a single word from this entire video. But I'll take your word for it, or at least nothing important. So I have no idea what they've said about the tech. I think I heard the word mop and some liquid that you use for
instead
it.
of filters, staying clean with up to 200 days of maintenance-free operation. Romo's unique 3-stage sound suppression system reduces noise by 80%, ensuring peace and quiet for your family and pets.
Okay, let's take a look at this structure. Yeah, what does this look like? I guess I don't mind the see-through nature of it, although, yeah, actually I feel indifferent, I guess. I feel like that's like a style that I've seen way back in the day. Was there some kind of Xbox or PlayStation controller that's like see-through? Nintendo, maybe? I don't know what I'm thinking of here with this. But yeah, you're right. When I see it here, it just looks like another Roomba. Or at least that bottom thing.
From DJI's self-developed robot to the all-in-one self-cleaning base station, Romo is a home cleaning system like no other. Built on expertise, designed to perform, DJI Romo redefines home cleaning, making your spaces cleaner, smarter, and always connected.
Okay. Well, interesting. I was hoping it would be a combination of a Roomba, but then it also takes off like a drone, and then can clean your ceiling fans or something like that, or it sucks up the dust in the air as it flies around, and then it also acts. What other DJI products do they have? Or yeah, and then it could act like a gimbal, where you could put some like cups on it and it'll follow you around. So then like as you're doing whatever, it's like a holder for you or something. So will we watch the Canon announcement on Thursday together? Yo, let's do that. Wait, Thursday, like next Thursday, I guess, right? Yeah, why not? Wait, what's the announcement? Is it for like I'm assuming a camera, but okay, I've attached my cat bed. There are some things that I'm looking to add to the bot, but I'm taking a break from actively adding new things just to make sure the existing things are working as intended. But the next major updates are I want to add the global known bot list, so the bot will be spam bots for everybody. I want to add a song list service for music streamers and add a Pomodoro timer. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I was mentioning I got a subscription to this guy for his it's called Super Sweet Bot, and so I need to attach his overlay later. I'll do it, as I have some time off stream. So then I'm gonna test out doing this co-working concept. I don't know if I have to do anything on Twitch. Do I have to like change my category to co-working, or can I just do it? Is this just like a free for all? You just whoever wants to co-work, like similar to like anyone who wants to do a gaming stream. Is that what it's like? In the 1980s, there were landline phones with a plastic casing. I'm not that old, but there's like some kind of tech thing where I feel like they did a whole see-through concept, and like looking at that thing reminded me of whatever that was. 611. All right, new camera, most likely the R6 III. Nice. Sony just had an announcement for the A1 II and the A9 III. Wow, wow. So many new announcements. I'm excited. All right, cat bed is now officially installed. Can you guys see it from here? Hold on. It's got a nice little, actually, yeah, the light is on this thing. Supposedly, it should be able to handle all the weight, but... Okay, only one way to find out is get my cats to try it out. BRB going to get lunch? All right, tell us what you get. Down to co-work? Well, Kevin, tell me, what does that mean? Or when you say you're down to co-work, is it just like I just do a co-working stream and you're just in there and then adding tasks together? Or is there like some specific action I need to do on Twitch to activate some kind of co-working concept? I'm probably overthinking it. It's probably like, yeah, just start co-working, dude. Kevin says, I don't know, man. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna put my cat on this thing and Kimbap. 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 Good boy. He's chilling on the couch. Okay, let's see. We'll test with Nala. Good girl. Ooh la la la. Hello, Nala. All right, guinea pig. Let's do this. What do you think about this? Good girl. Yeah. I think she likes it. Time will tell. Let me see. Success.
The Canon announcement will be at 9 a.m. your time.
Listen, we can make an exception. Why not? Let's do it. I need to be more... I can't keep hiding behind my ignorance. I need to just learn, right? So... I need to learn about the other brands, what's going on, what features that they're, you know, touting and stuff like that. So let's do it. If you can remind me as well, but if we can do a 9 a.m. quick, it might be a quick stream depending on how exhausted I feel. But if we do a 9 a.m. live stream on Thursday, we'll check out the Canon. Is it like, when you say announcement, are they doing some kind of, is it just like a news article type thing? Or is there supposed to be some video that gets released? Or is it one of those like live stream concepts? I won't be awake for that. Well, listen, I'll do it if you're awake, okay? That's it. I'm not going to do it just by myself. I hate waking up early. I'm struggling. I've been waking up around like 10, 11, and then I go to the gym, so it'd be like in the late mornings. But yeah. It'd be cool to be able to show our screen so we can take a peek at what people are actively doing. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know how exactly it works. Super sweet bot. About super sweet bot. Commands and information. But like I know there's an overlay that's created that shows you like the task list. But then it's like essentially I think people can do like exclamation mark task something something, and then it gets added to that list. So then when the timer goes off, you can kind of see who achieved it and you mark it as complete or something like that. I'm not sure. You won't be awake for that. Fokaguana says, I have news. This weekend and the next one, I'll be covering the semifinals and the finals of a very important tug. You said Tugby. and I can only assume that must be a rugby tournament. But now I'm thinking, what could be a sport called tugby in Argentina? Well, nice. Well, congrats on that. What do you mean that you'll be covering it? As in, like, are you like the cameraman for that? Are you an announcer, or you're like part of the crew for supporting it? Kevin says, I used to retouch in a studio environment. I miss seeing each other's engaged in work. Yeah. All night stream. That's a count. There's a countdown on YouTube for it. Oh, okay. Maybe I can do an all night. But one thing I'm trying to be more mindful of is I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. I'm trying to make sure I get adequate sleep just in general, especially now that I am going back to the gym regularly. I want to just make sure I'm not squandering the exercise. There's a countdown though. Okay. So it'll be 6 a.m. your time, and you'll probably work until 1 or 2 a.m. the night before. Okay. Listen, let's put a pin on it for now then. As we get to like the day or two prior, let's see how we're feeling, and then if we can do it, let's do it. All right. So good news, guys. My cat is using the freaking bed. Now, to be fair, I did force her onto the bed, so there's a chance that maybe she would never want to use it, you know, on her own. But if she ends up enjoying it, it's a decent placement here, because now I can actually see her on stream a little bit easier, and it might make it easier for me to create a secondary cat camera, potentially, where I can attach it to my Elgato fixture here, this pole. So if I have one of my cameras here and just have it pointed towards this opening, then we got one camera for the cat. So then basically imagine in some... Oh, Nala. No biting. No biting. In some future version, we can have a version like this where you can see me, and then I don't know, I'll have to figure this out, but maybe we can have 2 cameras on top for each of the beds. So then we have one pointed at where usually Kimbap will chill over here, and then we got another for this bed over here. I don't know. You know, it could be fun. Boko, you said rugby as a photographer. Nice. Nice. All right. Well, I feel happy that some things are coming together here, guys. All right. So now we are finally going to start doing some actual video editing work. Okay. This is where I guess I would turn on the Pomodoro timer and say, here we go. Task, ! Task, edit 10 Dehancer clips, or edit 10 clips with Dehancer, or something like that. And then we'd set off the timer. People would attach their own tasks. And then I think maybe whatever the time period is, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, or whatever, we come back to it. So in the meantime, though, without that actual concept in place, recapping my prior stream, I really enjoyed the Dehancer effect that we created with this shot of this guy in Vietnam, and you can see him puffing away on a cigarette, and the colors, everything about this, I'm really happy with it. So I guess for the before and afters, so this is the before in terms of the, you know, the color space transform and the just color corrections, if you will. And then off of this baseline, with the adjustments I made on Dehancer, we ultimately ended up with this shot. And I honestly, this is my favorite one that we've edited so far in terms of just like how the colors look. I was hoping this would be the case. I had like an assumption that with wildlife, I feel like Dehancer definitely still works. And so I guess maybe as an example of that, the first shot that we edited with Dehancer was this guy. Not this guy. Is there like a delay? I think it's because it's like 8K resolution, so it took some time to load. Okay, here we go. So this is our first one that we edited with Dehancer. So again, this is the before, and then here's the after. This one I also applied a bit of that grain effect, so it is a bit grainier, but not necessarily needed, obviously. But yeah, so technically with this nature shot, or this wildlife shot, I felt Dehancer did an excellent job. It took a while to get here, though. So initially I was struggling, but then ultimately I did land on, in my opinion, a color grading style that I quite like. So, but in general, I guess my thought process was usually with wildlife footages, you don't necessarily want to go too creative with it in terms of the colors. Because, like, you know, majority of the times you're probably trying to maintain a natural look because it's a wild animal, right? So you want to mimic the natural feel of it being in the wild. So usually I try to avoid going crazy, but it turned out well. And then I think the next shot here, this was just like a moderate shot, like nothing crazy. Before and afters, it was okay, but like honestly, it was just like an okay shot, you know? Like Dehancer did a great job. I like how this looks, but it's nothing that like is eye-popping where I'm like, oh my god, this is cinema. But I did add this in, so I just want to see how it looks. This one I kind of went back and forth on. So here I did kind of go against my instincts, let's say, because I'm trying to stretch myself as well in terms of how I edit. So here, even though it's like an animal footage, I kind of went into like a direction of, can I use a bit more like unnatural colors, if you will? Or like in this case, I guess it's a split tone where the sky is a bit more on the bluish side and then you get the warm tones from the grass, where in reality, I might have leaned more towards like just making all of this look fairly warm because this is during golden hour sunrise. So like make it very dark and warm was my initial thought. But here I decided let's actually make it look like two colors and see how it looks. And I don't mind this shot by any means. I think it's okay. But I thought it was just like, okay, I guess. But then I copied this over to the next footage, same settings, and now I really love it. So just from having, I guess, a different framing, different composition, having the subjects further back, and just having more of like an equal, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you why, but I felt that the colors and the grading from this Dehancer effect looked much more, it just fit in nicely into this shot in a way that it didn't fit as nicely into this shot. Or this one, I felt like it clearly felt like a creative choice. And then either you like it or you hate it. Whereas this, the one after, I just felt like it was nice. It's clean. So anyways, I was happy with that. But my point is, again, with the nature stuff, I wasn't sure if the crazier things I can do with Dehancer would actually work for wildlife footages as often. So then my hope was, as we start playing with some portraitures, with people, with like just close-ups of random things, as we can be a bit more creative with our approach, I was hoping that we can get some really cool effects. And so small sample size, this is 1 for 1, but man, I really like how this looks. Ellie said, Yo Bell, I got a photographer I want to see if you know IR in real life. Or, hold on. Sorry, let me read what you said again. Yo Bell, I got a photographer I want to see if you know IR. If you know or I said, okay, sorry. I got a photographer I want to see if you know or have seen before. Where do I out their tag? Can you not put it in the thing here? Yeah. Shabby Boo. I don't think I recognize that. Let me just search for the person myself. XAVIBOU. Shavi Boo. Xavier Boo, I got you. Revealing the hidden beauty of Bird's Flight, based in Barcelona. I've never heard of this person, but now I am going to follow them. And their work looks super awesome. Like, it clearly seems like, I'm always jealous in a positive way. I love when I see people who have their own style, right? Like, they have their own look and feel. That's like, man, I would love to have that myself. I would love to just have a specific look and feel that people recognize as like, oh, that's like the Yo Bell style. I have yet to achieve that. I have no idea what that would be. So whenever I see someone clearly having something like that, it's like, man, so awesome. But thanks for sharing. I've gone ahead and followed this person. Interesting shots. Want to try and recreate it one day. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. It's a cool concept. So if I understand, he's just doing like some long exposures, or he's connecting a bunch of shots of birds in flight, and then whatever the motions that were created in the sky or in the composition becomes like the art. I think it's a cool concept. I'm sure there's some way to spin it into like a novel concept that I could try to do. But I don't know what that would be. If you have any ideas. You think it's just one long exposure on a tripod? Gotcha. I think long exposures are always really cool for sure. I don't know. I don't know what the style would be. I do have some ideas for IRL streaming though. So I'm dead serious that I want to start doing like wildlife safari streams. And I have some connections already where I think I could actually make it possible. So I probably need to have some deep conversations with Maple Glades and Cyronius, because I know they've done a bunch of IRL streams. I was checking out Maple's stream recently where he was like on a tractor farming and he had his whole setup, like the rig was all inside the farm or inside the tractor. But if I can figure out the whole technicalities of getting all the stream set up where I can then attach it to like a moving vehicle and then have the biggest challenge would be the connection. So like having stable enough network connection. But I think I have some good connections already where I can actually put it to the test. So yeah, that I'm for sure going to do. So I'm just trying to, you know, I have too many things I'm trying to do, to be fair. But IRL wildlife safari streams, you can keep an eye out for that. And I think it will be something that could make us stand out as streamers. Because not, you know, anyone can do it, but not anyone can do it at the same time. You know what I mean? Because it is, people might think it's an easy idea. Like, let's say if it's like, okay, technical stuff, boom, 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 ipso facto, boom, let's do it. Yo, it is not easy to go on these safaris, especially if you're doing it for multiple days in a row. There's a level of exhaustion that I don't think people factor in as to why most people will not do something like that. Whereas for me, I'm like, yo, I got this. I'm just imagining doing it on video with the longest possible to get the most blur. Yeah. Whoops. Okay, we have this shot here, but to be honest, it's like a repeat of this one. Do I really want to... No. Alright, let's delete this one for now. It's just too similar. This one should be a fun one for us to edit. We have two of them coming up. We have... This one's probably the hero shot. Is where, you know, we have the train coming in Vietnam. In that, I forget what they call this road. Or where the track comes through. We have that cool moment as it passes by. And you get like a nice close-up of the, you know, a woman looking happy. With like cool lighting and stuff. So we'll get to that next. Let's just get to this one first. Yeah, let's see. Now it is underexposed there. So maybe I can either chop it. Yeah, we'll just chop it. So starting from here. L, did you remind me, L, do you do like videography stuff as well, or do you mainly focus on the photography side of things? Take it to the top. Okay, sorry, got distracted. Yo, my cat is just chilling on the bed now. Yo, success. So now I can start to figure out a second camera angle, which probably means I should go buy another cam link. I think I need another cam link 4K, whatever. Yeah, I think I need it. Selling your gimbal, so take a guess. Gotcha. I don't know, like, obviously I'm fairly new at it, and maybe that's why I'll say this, but I've really been enjoying this whole journey into videography for me. And I'm trying to think, like, when I started doing photography, was it basically the same? Like that feeling of excitement as you're learning, as you capture really cool pivotal moments or whatever? And is this no different? Where like by the end of this cycle, it'd be like, oh, I like it equally, or maybe one over the other. But so far as I've been going down this like understanding videography, it's been so much fun. Like the whole process feels more complicated, but when you end up with like a really cinematic shot, I think maybe the high that I can feel from a cinematic video compared to the high from like a very, you know, properly, whatever, like a creative photo composition that I made, I think the video ends up sticking out maybe more in my head. I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's like recency bias. So, okay. Do we need to change anything about this footage? Maybe I'll just raise the exposure slightly. So we'll just lift it up a bit. And let's drop the highlights a bit. I think there's like one area that's peaking a bit. Okay. Okay, let's say this is like our color corrected footage. Do we need to color correct, or do we need to change the white balance? Yo, Yami! Yami, thank you very much for the epic raid. I appreciate it. Yo. What a hype feeling right now. Shout out to Yami. So Yami is constantly a supporter of the channel, and I do appreciate it very much. Yami, let's read your shout out. You know what? I'm going to be honest. These shout outs, in the past, I kind of ignored them. I didn't realize that, you know, I should read it. So anyways, shout out to Yami says, brings vibrant virtual avatar vibes, stunning cosplay looks, and photography journeys into every stream. English edits. I'm assuming that's what the ENG is for, unless Aang, is that the name of that avatar character, or is that with an A? Aang edits, spoopy Halloween looks, and a playful, warm energy drive. The creative vibe. A true creator and community spark. Proud member of the Web's Twitch team. Well, thank you very much, Yami. I appreciate the epic raid. Yami Raid says absurdity. Wait. If I'm reading your name wrong, I apologize. If I'm making it more vulgar than it was meant to be. Absurdity says Yami Raid. Dropping off my children again. Yo, I appreciate it very much. Absurdity. Oh my god. Absurded says mommy. Okay. Yami says, no, I didn't take into account that would make you a mom. Gotcha. Yeah, and all this talk about titties and moms and stuff, I don't know if this is the direction you were thinking of going, but here we are, right? Absurded Titty says, no, you got it. He is the titty. All right, well, I appreciate it, I think. Welcome, guys. Thank you, Yami. Hopefully you had a wonderful stream yourself. I'm having a good day so far. I just installed my cat bed, and Nala is loving it. She's fast asleep next to me now. So I think you guys can see it from here. So now, because before she would chill on the bed behind, where she didn't use it, but there's like a cardboard box, and then she sleeps on top of it. But it's much farther away, so I kind of like having my cats nearby. And plus, I can see them on stream much easier now. So my goal is, eventually, I'm going to set up my secondary camera so that it's pointing at this bed. So whenever my cat is chilling there, hopefully they like it, then we can have one cat camera there. And you can see the other camera is already set up over here. Usually Kimbap likes to sleep in this bed, but he's been MIA today, so it is what it is. But if they show up to work, we got the cameras for them. Yami said, oh, Low Base is back with lunch. Well, Low Base, you came just in time for Yami's epic raid. So, and what'd you get for lunch? Is it a tuna sandwich? I can only assume it must be that. Yami says, I had a very nice stream. Did an edit with some special effects. Haven't done that in a while. It was fun. Well, awesome. Well, for Yami's viewers, we are switching gears from photo to video. So hopefully you guys don't mind the the abrupt adjustment, let's say. But what did they say? Video is just a bunch of photos stitched together, right? So right now what I'm doing is I'm going through a bunch of my footages, and I'm testing out a plugin called Dehancer. And Dehancer is essentially like a film emulation software. They kind of replicate the look of film, but they also work for a creative look, the colors and everything like that. So I've applied Dehancer to a number of my footages. And the reason for it is that Dehancer reached out to me to test out their product. So I am currently testing it still, and I want to make a product review on Dehancer. So I've been working on the script, and right now I'm also just trying to see, can I see how Dehancer works on a number of my footages from my recent travels, including Vietnam, Zimbabwe. These are some horses at sunrise. Then we have some shots from Uganda. This is from Colombia. So just kind of like testing it out on a number of shots, seeing if we like the look, and then ultimately I'm going to see how to add this into the review video. So that's where I'm focused right now. I do have some photos to edit from Japan, but let's see. I'm trying to see how far I can get into one. I tend to like to multitask, but I also potentially have ADHD. I went to a freaking psychiatrist this afternoon, and I have to do a psychometric test later on this week, and then also schedule another appointment with the psychologist. It's so weird. There's so many things they're like throwing on me. But hey, as long as my insurance covers it, I'll take it. Yami, you said, how did the event go yesterday? Yo, the event went so amazingly well. I said it already, I'll say it again, but like I've never had more of an ego and confidence boost in my entire freaking life than yesterday, or at least top 5, where yeah, it just went well. It was super awesome to see my video on the big screen. So just as a quick little update for you guys, if you are new to the channel, well, first let me read the rest of the chat. Let me just catch up. So Low Base says, Mexican Gacho Grill food truck came to my building, and I got a tray of assorted sausage and other meats with fries. Yo, join the club. I had Chipotle last night at 2 a.m. I had my chicken burrito. So good. Mexican food for the win. Jealous, says Yami. I posted in the Eats room of the team Discord. Eats. Nice. So, as a very quick recap for anyone who's new to the channel, and as a good way to plug myself, let me go ahead and put my YouTube link here. Feel free to join my YouTube channel. That is where most of my focus has been in the past year and a half, is trying to build out a YouTube, videos and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, one of the videos I made recently is a 5-minute short documentary film. It's the first time I ever did like a documentary film or short film of any type. And Nikon had reached out to see if I was willing to test out their camera before it got announced. It's their new Nikon ZR. And so I got to film for a few days and put this documentary together, and they were doing a launch event last night at this big cinema. So it was like at the actual theaters, and it was really cool because then basically they were going to play my film on the big screen. So there's like 2 other creators that were part of Nikon Middle East Africa who got access to the ZR, and then we all went out into the world and like tried to shoot something and came back with whatever we got. So last night was the event, and so they filled up this like theater. I didn't expect so many people, and it was kind of cool because I was mentioning on the screen here, these are footages from my recent group tour that I organized to Vietnam. So you can see a number of the photographers who joined me, and basically it was like a photo shoot. I was teaching them a bit of like, portraitures and just generally like travel photography. So it was kind of cool to even see this on the big screen. And then the big moment was seeing my film. So then here's my film. Oh, let's play this part again.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure.
So anyways, it's a 5-minute film, but yeah, so it was really cool. Honestly, I cannot say it enough. There's not enough proper words to kind of express, I guess, how it feels to see like your work on such a big screen, right? Like for any kind of work, right? But obviously, given the fact that I've been trying in the past year or so to be more professional with my videography, trying to be better at like actual like cinematography, let's say, not just like vlogging style. So to be able to see something I created, on a big screen like that, and then the reception I got from it was honestly just, like I said, the biggest ego boost I've had in my entire freaking life. But we were joking at the beginning of today's stream because one thing I wasn't expecting is that they forced me to do a Q&A. So I gave a bunch of responses. They had, people in the crowd would ask questions and stuff. So it was a bit cringe-inducing to hear myself give my responses. But anyways, fun event. Made a lot of good connections with people that hopefully will turn into more opportunities in the future, including with potentially, it sounds like DJI and some places in like South Africa. So maybe I should be able to do like a trip out to South Africa for more like wildlife related stuff. Apparently they have gorillas in South Africa. I didn't realize. So yeah, maybe some cool opportunities to do some film projects and whatnot. So thank you for asking, Yami. Event went really well. Could not ask for a better event. And yeah, I'm just kind of riding the high still, for sure. So then, unfortunately, as with many things in my life, the momentum is there. It's just up to me not to squander it. But I have an issue where I have too many things going on in my life, or I stretch myself too thin. And I just need to learn how to focus on like the top priority stuff. So we'll see. Okay, but right now, like I said, I am trying to get through a bunch of these footages. So these are some of the shots that I've taken from around the world. And so I just collected a bunch of these that I want to try Dehancer across all of it, see where it works, where it fails, see if there's any like key learnings as well. And we already have a list of learnings to begin with, but I figure there might be more things, right? So let's test it out. And then off of all of this, then I will be able to do the proper Dehancer review with like real examples that I can say like, look, I didn't just test it with a few sample footages. I can show you right here. The proof is here where I'm testing it across like all locations, different environments, low light situations, portraitures, like outdoor, very, brightly lit areas, you name it. Here's how Dehancer worked on all of them. And then, yeah, so then if someone watches my video and earnestly wants to know if Dehancer is for them, I hope from this video they will actually have a proper, understanding of like, does it work or not. Let me quickly turn on, let's put our power grade onto the rest of these guys. Okay, and then we'll color correct each one as we go. But I'm on, which one? There's some train footages here, which I think are going to be really fun. So I was mentioning this shot here. Yami says, that looks so cool. You have to learn to lock in. Yes, that is my potential problem. Maybe it's because of my ADHD, right? We'll see if the psychiatrist agrees with me. While you do that, I have to lock out. Hope you have a good rest of the stream. Bye, Yuba, and bye, chat. Thank you again, Yami, for the epic raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who are not already following Yami, I do encourage it, obviously, absolutely, on the Twitch side. Yami X Akuma. And then for those of you guys who are still here, hopefully I can keep you guys entertained. So this is going to be a really fun shot for me to work on, just because it was like such a cool moment. You have the train coming through and this like very narrow street. And then you have my friend here. So she's originally from Vietnam. And so she was like my tour guide as well. So it made my life easy because I don't know a lick of Vietnamese or anything about where to go. And this is towards the end of the trip. We spent an entire month exploring Vietnam. It was awesome. So this will be fun to edit. That's going to be the next one. Let's just focus on this first. So I just want to make sure this is, generally speaking, look like it's, color corrected. Is the white balance okay? I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I don't have an eye for that necessarily. I think the colors look fine though. I don't think like the skin tones look super off. I know some people use certain features to fix it as needed, but I guess one of the things people do, what do? You just like find a thing that looks white and then just put the little the eye drop on it. Let's see what would happen. Yeah, not much changed. It just slightly warmed it up, removed a bit of like the purplish hues, I think. Okay, so then let's say this is properly corrected. Now let's hop into Dehancer and see if the effects end up making it look good or not. Let me also drink a bit more. All right, here we go. Dehancer, it's time for you to shine. First thing we're going to do, we're just double checking this is the right input. Let's enable the film stock profile first. So here we're just going to hop through a bunch of these one at a time and see which look is our favorite. Okay, this one I like. Agfa color something something. All right, we'll keep that. AGFA. Portrait XPS 160. Thank God I figured out this shortcut though to go between all these film stock profiles. Otherwise, it was like the most annoying thing having to click, scroll through, find the one you were on last, and then drop to the next one. Now I got this nice little shortcut, so... Ooh, I like this one. Fujicolor 100. This is the current contender. This one's also nice. Fujicolor Natura. So I'm kind of torn between this one and this one. I think I'm leaning towards this one. Just because the 100... It adds a bit more of like this peachy shadowy to everything that I don't like as much. Let's keep looking. This one's nice as well. It's a bit more desaturated. Low base, you say, I have 2 rolls of AGFA that have been expired at least 15 years. What the hell is AGFA? Oh, is that like an actual type of film? And what happens when it expires? Like, as in you can't ever rescue it? I like this one. This might be my favorite one so far. Kodak Aero Color 4125. Slightly too cool on this one. I like the faded look of this one. Kodak Gold 200. But it's a bit too gold. It's a bit too warm. This one's not bad. Kodak Ultramax 400. This one, huh. Man, some of these, like, yeah, it's going to be tough to figure out. I didn't mind that one either. Kodak, what was it? Ultramax 400 or something like that. Low base, you say, oh no, you can still shoot it. It's just the colors will likely be off and you'll have to overexpose it a lot. A lot of people shoot expired film for artistic effect. Interesting. But how does it expire? Like if you keep it inside of the whatever protective film canister roll thing, does it ever like not expire? Or regardless, like over time it's going to age a certain way and then yeah. Okay, so there's a few winners. This one's not bad either, but let's just see if we just hop back to the one. It's like Aero Color, this one. Yeah, okay, I think this is the one we'll go with. Let's do the whole push-pull concept. And I think that's the concept you're talking about, right? Where you say you'll have to overexpose it a lot. So if I remember, because obviously I don't know the first thing about film, but we were trying to learn as I picked up Dehancer. So then here, there's this concept called push and pull, and it says EV. So my understanding is that is the concept of how long do you keep the film inside the liquid or whatever. Or like, yeah, how long are you keeping it exposed or like, I forget the words, but so if you like push, shoot, I forget which way it goes. It was something to do with like you can either keep the film in the liquid substance thing longer, which then will either start to overexpose it or expose it more or less. What do I know? Okay, I like it right here. So a bit of a pool effect, 0.357. Let's go to the next thing, film developer. What do we want to see? I feel like when it comes to the contrast boost, I'm trying to avoid using any contrast tools outside of what's out there. I guess if I adjust this to 0.336, then would it do the same concept of like adjusting contrast around that point? Let me see. No. Okay, maybe not. So if I need to do a contrast, I might use the built-in stuff within DaVinci. And then generally speaking, I don't like to color boost my shots. I don't know. I feel like overly saturated stuff doesn't... If I could, I would go for a bit more desaturated stuff, I think, for creative looks. All film expires eventually, but I'm not 100% sure how it works. Gotcha. That's 100% more than I know. Nico says, hello, hello. Congratulations on the event, Yobel. What was it about? Thank you very much, Nico. To not make other people suffer by like repeating myself too much, I won't show anything, but it was for the launch of the Nikon ZR, so they had like a nice public event, and as part of that, they wanted to show some of the films that were made by the creators. So I was one of 3 that got access to the ZR from the region, and we went out into the world to shoot whatever we did. So it was really cool that they played it on the big screen. And yeah, it was just a fun event for them to celebrate. There's a few other things they shared during the event, but mainly it was just to celebrate the launch. And yeah, honestly, it was super awesome. And I mentioned before, but I feel huge high right now from the compliments and the, you know, the things people said. So we'll see how... I will say this much: no amount of ego boost will ever get me to have a big head like that. So do not ever worry. I will never turn out to be one of those that becomes super egotistical, or I don't know. I don't know who's a good example of that, but do not worry. I will never let it get to my head. But it was a really cool feeling for sure. I think the best compliment I got though, it was captured in the video I shared earlier. The first person who asked me a question, basically he started by talking about he loved the video because of the humane connection, I think is what he said. But basically, that was probably the best compliment I could receive, was for someone to feel a really positive emotion from something that I created, especially that documentary, because of like the human story, or like something that felt a bit more of like a not just like for entertainment, but having a little bit of like that human emotion that carried through. So I was really happy that that was conveyed properly. But thank you, Nico, and thanks for being here. Lobe says, so pushing and pulling is when you shoot film at different ISO than the box speed. So if you have a film that is ISO 200, you shoot it as if it were ISO 400 and then develop it longer. And that's called pushing. Oh, okay. So let's say, so you're saying if your film camera is set to ISO 200, but you want it to actually, you need to increase the exposure. So then you mimic as if it was shot at ISO 400 by keeping it or developing it. And when you say developing it, is that where you put it inside the liquid thing longer? Or is that when you put it on the little zip line, or what do you like, the clothesline thing, and you just have to leave it there longer? Well, either way, I get what you're saying. So the longer you keep it under development, the more exposure is added to it, or essentially you're basically mimicking a higher ISO. So you're pushing it to a higher ISO. Got it. Whereas if you pull, You're saying like you shot at ISO 200, but you want it to actually be more like a 100. So then you're pulling it out faster such that, okay, I got you. Doing this has various effects, but it tends to increase contrast and grain. It can also can have a wonky effect on colors depending on the film stock. Yeah, one thing I could visibly tell is that when I adjust the push-pull slider, you would either sometimes end up with a warmer / cooler tone occasionally with some of the film stocks. One of the tools I like the most is tonal range. So when I adjust the film compression, the tonal range effect ends up becoming something I really like. And then same with the color density. I tend to like popping it all the way. This one I don't really see much of an effect, so all right, let's move on to expand. Actually, I probably won't play with this too much because sometimes I realize when I play with the print profile, it ends up adding a bit more darkness or something to it. So maybe I'll adjust the white point a bit. And now we're on to the film, or sorry, the print profile. So it's auto set to Kodak 2383. So when I asked ChatGPT, it sounds like 2383 is the more popular print profile that people tend to like. However, I'm not necessarily beholden to it. I have no reason to be attached to any of them. But I figure if that's the most popular one, we'll put that as a default choice and then go from there. I really like this look. Let me try this Fujifilm 3513. So it's got a bit more of a greenish, coolish tone on the pillars or the wall. This one's just a darker look, which generally speaking I like. But I kind of like this as well. And then let's try the Endura Glossy Paper. This one's nice, but let me see. I think the problem I have with this one is it feels a bit too warm for me. So I think I might prefer when it's a bit more of the cool tones. So this might be the happy medium because the Fujifilm is slightly cooler. This one's right in the middle. So I think we're going to go with the 2383. Low base, you said, you're actually decreasing the exposure because when you shoot ISO 200 film as if it were ISO 400, you have to lower the exposure by shooting a faster shutter speed. Wait, hold on. I might be missing that. Kavai says, hey, just a quick hello before I go out skating in the freezing dark. That's right. This is, wait, is Norway, you're from Norway, right? So is that considered part of, is that a Scandinavian country or something? I don't know. What do I know? Watch Black Phone 2 before you do that. Yo, is Black Phone 2 good? I kind of enjoyed the first one. It's fairly new. I think it may still be in theaters. I need to go watch Chainsaw Man, the movie. And I need to watch that Demon Slayer movie. Oh, wait. Yeah, actually, on that note, I need to message someone. Someone said maybe they can watch Chainsaw Man with me. Because this person is like an anime fan. And I'm like kind of a noob when it comes to a lot of these like proper anime stuff. But this person said maybe they can watch it with me. So hold on. Where was the message? Where are you? Christ. Can't find it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there you are. Okay. Any updates? I'm dying to check out this film soon. Exclamation, not exclamation, smiley face thing. Laughing face. Okay. Scandinavian, yes, it's 0 degrees Celsius. I am jealous. I love the cold. I love shooting in the cold. Kavai, make sure to take a camera with you if it's snowing. Man, I'm so jealous. If I can always shoot things in the snow. Yo, sorry, I'm like hopping around topics here. Okay, before I do that, let's read the rest of the messages. Black Phone 2 is good. Not as good as the first one, but I did like it. Okay, cool. Then I have to check it out. Those kind of movies, though, I usually just wait until it comes out on Apple TV. Yo, have you guys seen the viral photo that's been going around of the crazy Spanish something Iberian lynx or something like that. Spain Iberian lynx white. Photographer records world's first ever white Iberian lynx on camera. I am so jealous. I am so jealous. Holy Christ, man. This looks like a freaking Pokemon. And I'm so curious. Like, what did this guy shoot to get this shot? And if he had the 400, if it was me and I had my 400, would I have been able to get a nice crop of this? Man, how amazing. I almost feel tempted to just like go out to Spain for an entire summer just to look for this thing. The genetic anomaly testifies. Oh, and I know one thing, hopefully this guy will not be sharing, or hopefully he did the proper things to protect the metadata or whatever, so that people can't see exactly where he filmed it. Because I do know people do that, right? Like people will track the metadata. There's like some concerns when it comes to like wildlife photography, to be careful what gets shared across, because then people can find exact locations of whatever endangered species that you capture. So hopefully this guy doesn't really share where he took this, because then you can imagine for an animal like this, you might scare it off, you might disturb the habitat, and then boom, that dude's dead. Anyways, Kavai said horror movies did affect me when I was younger. Yeah, I have such a vivid imagination sometimes. I used to have sleep paralysis. I still, I guess, may have it. I just don't have it as often. But yeah, watching horror films is like putting ammo, but pointing the gun at yourself, right? So why do that? Oh, Kavai, you just got the joke? Yeah, I saw that you took it a bit more literally. Yeah, so anyways, let's see. The genetic anomaly testifies to the good progress of the lynx in 2 countries after releases began in 2011. The white ghost of the Mediterranean forest. This is how Angel, I don't know how to pronounce it, Angel Hidalgo, an amateur nature photographer, has described his latest find while reviewing the images from one of his photo... Oh, it's a photo trap. Damn it. Well, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I'm just like saying damn it because like it probably means that the chances of someone like me going out there to try to film it is probably impossible, because they would be so elusive. They'd probably avoid humans at all cost. So it sounds like you need these photo traps to get this. Either way, that's what a find. Placed in the depths of one of something mountain range, Hidalgo has managed to record an Iberian lynx with leucism, a genetic condition that... Okay, so it's like albino. According to local media, this unprecedented discovery took place on the 22nd of October. Place where the specimen of lynx has been recorded is kept secret. Okay, nice. It's still listed as vulnerable. Man, this video is so crazy though. Look at this thing. That's a freaking Pokemon, man. That looks like a mythical freaking creature. Wow. Wait, I'm so curious why this footage is so shaky then. Because it looked like something where someone applied some stabilization to it, right? But if he's saying it's a photo, if it's a trap camera, why is it so shaky? I'm so confused. I just don't know enough about these like trap camera stuff. Anyways, okay. Enough distractions. The White Ghost was my other stripper name in college. Nice. Actually, that kind of works. Sometimes your stripper name, it's like, I can kind of see it. It's a good attempt. That one, that's a decent one. 07, see you later, alligator. Yeah, stay alive, Kavai. I didn't mean to make that rhyme with your later, alligator, but you know what? Sometimes you strike gold. All right, I like this quite a bit. Now, let's see what other adjustments to make. So maybe... I don't like it when it's too warm, so I think somewhere around... Here looks good on the blues, or I like the color here. It's not really a blue, I guess, but I like this. Let's also full screen this guy. Why not? Exposure, I think I want to drop it a bit, just slightly. Tonal contrast, maybe not. Color density, yes. I tend to enjoy increasing the density. Okay, so I think this looks good. Low base, you said, I'm actually editing photos of baby alligators as we speak. So for me, it's more like right now, alligator. I'll get to the crocodiles a little later. Nice. Okay, I like this. Let's go ahead and try turning on the film grain. Halation. And bloom. And as part of that, I did notice it warmed up the footage quite a bit, so let's see if we can readjust for that. Okay, I think this looks good. So next thing, let's just look at this clip again. This was shot at 120 frames per second. Let's change the clip speed to 20% speed. And let's hit stabilize. Stable eyes. Boom. Wow, look at my cat. I'm so happy she's actually sleeping on the bed. You never know. And I didn't need to entice her with a cardboard box. Good girl, Nala. Good girl. Also, it's good to see that the cat bed has not broken apart. Now I get to pet both my cats, hopefully, without having to like reach over. Good girl. Okay, stabilization is done. Let's cut off just the bit there. So maybe from here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, here we go. Let's play this out. See how it looks. Let me turn off the grain, because sometimes the grain looks a little bit weird. I'm curious, does it look weird just in the playback? Or would it look weird in the final production? And does it look weird in slow motion footages? Which I'm asking because I don't know. But generally speaking, when I look at this and I see the grain effect, I'm not a fan of it usually. At least in the playback. So let's see. So one thing you'll see here is you get that... Actually, I wonder if it's there already. Yeah. So there's a bit of that flicker effect, which I guess we could technically remove. Should I do that before or after in this? It might be at the end. Let's just do one little node here. And I know there's something for deflicker, right? Deflicker, hardly know her. There we go. What a magic trick, right? And I didn't do anything. I just clicked time lapse. Okay, we'll just leave it as is and see if it looks okay. So let me just rewind a bit. Let's play it out. Wow, you can see the water droplets. It looks a little bit weird though, those droplets, I will say. Because sometimes when you add that deflicker effect, I feel like you got to be careful with stuff with a lot of motion. But so far, it looks clean. And like I said, this is 120 frames per second that I slowed down to 20 frames. So it's like super slow-mo. Low bass, you said, I've finally found a browser-based translator that has unlimited translation. It is $70 a month. Wow. $70. That is the price for unlimited translation. I really like these kind of shots. I mentioned this one person, I forget his name, on Instagram. He made a name for himself by posting a lot of Instagram reels. where he goes to, I think he lives in Asia, and so he just captures a lot of street videos. Just casual moments of locals, street vendors, tourists, with like really nice kind of music to go with it. And it's just such a vibe. It's such a vibe. And I resonate with it. I like it a lot. And a shot like this kind of reminds me of that style, although he normally posts it in a vertical format for Instagram. But like to have these kind of moments, maybe not this slowed down, so if it's actually just even normal speed, but just like seeing a moment where you see presumably a local on his phone as this train's passing by. He looks so nonchalant. Obviously I'm focusing on the lady right now, but the dude in the foreground, when he was just on his phone, here we are as he comes back into focus. He's like, so what's the word? Nonplussed? Is that a real word? But he looks very nonchalant, doesn't even give a glancing look at the train passing by. Maybe because he's so used to it. Obviously, I'm just putting words. I'm spinning a story that's maybe completely wrong. But that's the beauty of filmmaking, right? But yeah, just like seeing a dude who seems so casually ignoring this big presence and this crazy-ass train that's passing just like, you know, inches away from him, but he's such a local that he's accustomed to it, whereas everyone else who's watching this, you know, majority of people are so drawn by this, the stark contrast, I guess, or the craziness. Like how often can you see an experience where this massive ass train is passing by and you can basically touch it? And so all of us would be like that lady in the background, taking a selfie, capturing the moment, just being wowed by this experience. Meanwhile, this dude has not even like taken he's been like fixated on his phone the whole time. And for me, there's something cool about that. So all right, so I do like the look and feel quite a bit. And then here it's just a matter of adjusting the exposure, probably, as it gets a bit bright once the train passes by. If I wanted to keep the rest of this, which I'm not sure I would, but... Oh, this looks nice too, though. Hold on. Jesus, this is the problem with having 120 frames per second. Okay, to be fair, it's 120 frames per second, but it's even slower because I've applied this deflicker effect, which I think is just slowing down the rendering. So yeah, this is like more normal speed. This is like the other style of filmmaking that I would love to do, or like travel footages that I would love to capture. So obviously I have a huge focus on wildlife, and that would never go away. I think wildlife is just one of the most fascinating subjects in general to capture. But then like just capturing locals, just like people moments, cultural moments, to me is like, there's something equally compelling about that if shared in the proper way. So if I could just like, if I could be a fly in the wall, travel the world, filming people without people being like, yo, why are you being creepy filming us? If I could just have that ability, that'd be super awesome. Okay, anyways, now we're going to get to this shot. So let's find one clean frame that we want to adjust for. And it could be for when she's looking. There's like kind of two moments to maybe color grade for. Here's what we'll do. We'll create one more version. I should have been doing this for all the others, by the way. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Dehancer test. We'll load up 2. We'll call this Dehancer test 1. So for test 1, let's edit for this moment here. So we'll edit for the, you know, subject with like nice colors in the background. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. dun, 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 dun. First thing I guess is let's look at the lighting, the primaries as they call it, see what we need to adjust. So my assumption is there might be some areas that are basically pitch black and super bright because of those like fluorescent lights or whatever. So I'm not really sure how to what steps to take here, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's some level of compression, I guess, that I need to consider. So maybe on the curves, I just gotta cut the top and the bottoms. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then in terms of the white balance, again, because I don't necessarily know what I'm doing, I think the approach I'll first take is like just maybe look at her teeth and see if I can balance based off of her teeth. And this doesn't look bad. I feel like that's a given, right? Anytime you see someone's teeth, ideally you try to make it look whiter as opposed to yellowish. I'm assuming that's like some kind of rule of thumbs. What's up, Conan? Conan says, good news. I'm getting my new camera today after 6. Just texted the girl or guy to make sure it's 6 p.m. and where to meet. It's a Canon 60D DSLR. Well, nice, man. Well, congrats, man. Or congrats soon, I guess. Make sure it's not a scam. Don't get robbed. But, am I okay? Yeah. I was about to lose my voice there, so I had to drink some of my secret water. But yeah, it's good to hear, because I know you destroyed your camera, right? So, I don't know much about Canon, so it's 120 pounds. Yeah, sounds like, actually, I don't know. Is that a lot for that or less? I have no idea. I'm not the right person to ask about costs of camera these days. Because, like, to be fair, I've had my Z9, and these things like super expensive. I think it's like 4,000 to 5,000 US. Yeah, all my money went to all my camera gears, unfortunately. Actually, no, it's not unfortunate. I'm just sad when I think about my wallet these days, but yeah. All right, here we go. But welcome, Conan. It's in the US. It's like 200 or 250. Oh, well, that's a good bargain. All right, so Conan, I'm just editing a bunch of footages right now, and we're testing out Dehancer. So first, I'm just color correcting each shot, and then we're trying to see how Dehancer's effects make the shot look better or worse or whatever. So here we go. This is option 1. Actually, let's start from the top of the list. And let's expand this out a bit. So this might be the largest I can make it on screen. So here we go. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, I like this one. This is that AGFA something one again. Portrait XPS 160. So this one has a bit more of like a muted, desaturated look, which I like. Conan says, I think, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a bargain's a bargain. So, but just make sure to test that it works. I'm assuming it's been a while since I bought like a used, or it's been a while since I sold a camera as well. But I'm assuming one of the questions you need to ask is like how many clicks has this camera gone through, or like the shutter count, I believe. Because I think that's in the metadata somewhere, right? So it's like kind of asking the mileage of your camera. Okay, I like this one though, the Agfa Color XPS 160. Let's keep looking. This one's not bad. I guess I should lean into the warm tone just because she's wearing red. You've got the warm wood next to her or behind her. So warm tones are okay. This one's not bad. I think I prefer these like desaturated looks though. So this one's not bad. Oh, one of the, speaking to nobody, but just as I just remembered, one of the compliments, I got a number of people at yesterday's event who complimented me for the color grading, which was like a huge, that was also like a huge confidence booster. Because like generally speaking, I didn't think I did much. Like, yeah, like you guys are watching me as I learn how to properly color things. But really, you guys have seen how I color grade. Usually it was just like adjusting the curves and like that's about it. So for the film, the documentary film, I did try doing some, custom things to some of the shots, but I still wasn't doing it with like the knowledge base to start from. I was just kind of floundering my way through that. So I was really encouraged that people really liked the color grading. So yeah, like I said, yesterday was such a cool event. It got me in a new mood of just like, yo, let's do this. We got this. The world's your oyster? Is that the phrase? Whoops. Dang it, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. I think we passed a few that were like really nice. And I'll see if I get back to it. Okay, yeah, I think I know which one if I can roll back to it. This one's nice. It's a bit bright though behind her, but the colors look nice. Kodak. So I'm leaning towards this one. If we can deal with the brightness behind her, which should be possible. This one's not bad either. But same issue, it's pretty bright behind her. This one has more interesting colors in the background. Because I don't want to lose all the crazy colors, right? So... here though, you can see a little bit of that. It's struggling with the blues in that bright light. But here, this part all looks nice. Okay, so I guess we gotta consider. Blues look nice, but it kind of broke roughly here somewhere. So I guess that blue affected a little bit kind of got washed out maybe. Trade-offs. So I need one that doesn't wash out the blues. I think I do want all the pretty colors in the background to be visible. So you get a green one, you get the blues, the reds, the yellows, the whites. So This is the first one that we went through and we liked. So I'm kind of torn between this one and was it the Fuji or the... Maybe it was the Kodak Portra. No, not this one. This one. So Kodak Ektar 100 versus this Agfa. Man, that's what a terrible word. Agfa. I think I'm gonna go with this Agfa one because I think it's a bit more nicer compression to the shot. Let me try one more time. What was it? Kodak Ektar 100. Yeah, so I think with this Kodak one, it just blows out the background a bit more. So there's a bit more like a contrast feel, or like, yeah. Whereas the first option here seems to compress it a bit better to begin with. So it's a good starting point. So yeah, I think this is the one we'll go with. All right, so we got this. Let's try the push-pull. See what we like. Generally speaking, I don't think I want much change on it, so let's just stick to this one. Let's go to our film developer. Like I said, generally I seem to skip this quite a bit. I'm still not sure how to use this film developer properly. And the color boost I usually skip. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this one. Let's see, before and after. So definitely kind of drop the brightness quite a bit. And the problem is it looks good on the background, not so good on her face. So this is where obviously you can do some masking. But like I said, I'm trying to see if I can use Dehancer without ever like using the masking stuff and just do it naturally. But is there a reason for that? Maybe this is a good test where we do both exercises. So imagine if I have Dehancer, but I only want to apply the effects. I think that's probably overkill. There probably is a way where I can do like the auto, like the magic mask on her. And maybe it doesn't hurt to try. So let's say, for example, let's copy this over to this. Let's disable that. If we take this guy and we go to, where is magic mask? Dun, 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 dun. AI magic mask 2. And we're going to go ahead and just click on her. Click on her hair. Let's choose better. And we want to inverse the effect. And then for this one, same thing. We're going to do... Oh, wait. Here, then what we can do is... create one more. This one, all we're going to do is just flip it. Oh, I guess it doesn't carry over. Never mind. So for example, this one, we're going to click on her face, click on the hair. There we go. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I don't know if what I'm doing is gonna be smart or not. Also, I can see a little bit of distortion here already. Okay, so in theory, I thought I was onto something, but in practice, I guess I had to learn a bit better on how to not have these weird effects. Because I was hoping I can have the Dehancer effect just on this, but not on her face. Okay, we tried. Because I don't think it's going to work if I take it further. So how do I undo this? Subtract paint stroke? Or how do I delete? Oh, here we go, trash. Okay, so we're back to where we were, I believe. So basically my only complaint was I felt that her face and the subject is slightly too dark now. Although I think the background looks much cleaner. Like the light sources, the bokeh, all kind of stands out a bit more. So this is the before, so it's slightly brighter. So the trade-offs. I think it's necessary though to drop it down. Alright, let's just keep it for now and then I'll see later if there's a way to... Let's see what other effects come through. Obviously I can lift it in the other nodes, so... Alright, let's just stick to this shot real quick. Film compression. What can we do here? Actually, that one does a pretty good job on its own, so maybe... Let's try from the film compression. So we're gonna lift it up a bit. White point, let's kind of increase it a bit. Tonal range. Oh, okay, so tonal range is not bad, but it's having some effects that I don't like as well. So maybe just a minor a bit, just a little bit. Color density. Yeah, let's turn up the density. Okay. Do 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 do. All right, moving on to the next one. Let's try this expand. I don't know what this Luma mode versus normal does, but okay. All right, let's try the print profile now. So this is 2383. This is Fujifilm. Glossy. I think I'm leaning towards... I think I'm leaning towards Fujifilm 3513. Hmm. Yeah, I think this Fujifilm is the right one. And then maybe what I'll do is same thing. Let's go into our color grading for the primaries. I'm going to lift up the dark areas a bit. So we'll lift the darks. I'll just lift the curve line a bit. Okay. All right. Color head. I don't play with this too much, but let's see. Yellow to blue. What do we want to change? I like it right here. Negative 1.2? No. Oh, slightly cooler. 1.9. Okay. -1.9. Negative 2.7. Okay. So let's say if we keep those, what about these shadows? I'm assuming I want, because she's kind of a warmer tone, or she's got the red dress on, whatever. So I feel like things on the left side here should be a bit cooler, maybe. Like if it's too warm, then everything looks warm together. So like I want some separation. So I'm thinking maybe something like this is too much, obviously. Somewhere like here. And this one I don't want to touch. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so now I think that's generally speaking everything. What else do we want to change? We've turned on all the effects. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and stabilize it. Although let's cut this because I don't want the full thing. So let's just find the part we want to keep, which is when the train arrives. So maybe from here until once it passes, she looks over, looks back. Probably not needing any of this part because we already got the intended effect, right? And then this is all just filler. Although this ending could be nice too. That's fine. Okay. So we'll just cut after the first look back. And then looking this way. Okay. Cool. So let's cut all of this. Shot at 100 frames per second. So what does that mean? What is the math on this one? Ooh, I actually don't know how to do this one. Change clip speed. I'm assuming if I just punch in 24%, would that be it? Because this is technically... No, actually it won't be, because this is like exactly 100 frames per second. Because like in the other ones, it's like 119 point something something. Whereas like our timeline speed is, what is it? 23.976. So, oh yeah, that's the math. 23.976. So change clip speed to 23.976. I think I'm doing this correctly. Alright, here we see it. Slow motion though. So I would, in reality, if I was to use this shot with all these effects, I would just need to create some keyframes so I can drop the exposure in this beginning part, because obviously we got the lights from the train, kind of lifts all the exposure levels, and then once it passes, then it drops down. So that I would just need to add a keyframe here, which we can still do. I just want to see this part here. Okay, looks pretty good. Although I think I still want to drop the exposure, so let's just try it now. We'll go to CG primary, which is number 25. Let's drop the exposure. Okay. And I guess I don't mind actually how dark it is here. But maybe it's like just ever so slightly too dark, right? So we'll just shift the curve slightly more. And then here, for sure, we need to drop it low. Okay, not bad. Not bad. It's a very, very different look. Also, let's see how it looks in normal speed. So if we drop this back to 100%. Okay, looks interesting to me. Let's still put in slow motion for now. And let's stabilize. All right. I kind of like this. Now, the only thing I'm kind of pushing back on as I was editing this, you can kind of see, so what was that? We were watching a Colin Kelly video. And as part of that Colin Kelly video, he also was explaining the concept of the middle gray and how he will oftentimes take the qualifying to like figure out exactly where the middle gray point is. So when he's adjusting the curves, he tries to adjust around that middle gray. However, I was trying his method, right? So I have the dot built into my curve line here, but I'm going to be honest, like I kind of liked how it looked when I removed that middle gray point. So then I could have freedom to like make my S curve or whatever curve I want the way I wanted. Obviously now things are darkening much more. So here, I guess you could argue I'm dropping it to like, you know, below the exposure level I should. But it just gave me a cleaner, like everything is the right tone of darkness that I wanted. Whereas when I kept that middle point and you work around that pivot point, I don't know. At least for this one example, so. Okay, let's move on though. What should we edit next? This one could be interesting. Let's do this one. Because now we have an example where it's let me just duplicate this. Dehancer test. Yeah, we have an example here where it's obviously shot in, you know, daylight, right? This must have been shortly after sunrise. So we still have some really good light coming in, but it's, you know, somewhat overexposed. And fairly monotone, or it's like got a very like warm tone across everything. So how will Dehancer work across one of these kind of shots? We shall see. All right, first thing I want to do, as usual, let's go ahead and maybe just do a bit of basic balancing. Starting with that global exposure. So I'm going to drop this down until it's a bit more neutralized, if you will. So something like this. And honestly, this is probably good enough. Like, just from that one moment there. And the rest looks about the same. So then here, let's now go into Dehancer. And let's get started. Kodak Vision. Let's start from the top. This one's nice. Is that Agfo one again? Fuji Color Natura 1600 versus Superia 1600. I like both of those. Aero Color 4125. Okay, so I think it was the Fuji Color Natura 1600. Let's go with this one. Film developer. This one could use a bit of a color boost. So there we go. Film compression. I kind of want to lessen the impact. Or do I want this like softer look? Brighter look. Softer look. Okay. I will say I feel like the creative process for this shot is a little bit more boring. So probably just a mix of like the fact that most of the colors are somewhat the same, or we're just dealing with a lot of warm tones. And then just like you got like orange mixed in with like different exposures of lighting. And that's about it. So it's not the most exciting out of the ones that we've worked with, to be honest. Yeah. Really, there's not much to this shot. Slightly, I mean, disappointed is too strong of a word. I didn't really know what to expect, I guess. But as far as creativity on this one, I guess I feel a bit limited on this one. Like, not to say it's a bad shot. It was just more, not much. There weren't like a lot of choices for me to choose between, I felt. So looks good though. I like it. Just yeah. All right. Well, at least it was done fast. So let's move on. Let's try this one, just because this one's like such a, in terms of colors, this one could be the most challenging, or not challenging. It could be the most interesting because we have a lot of colors in the sequence here. So in terms of color corrections and stuff, honestly, yo, Mohammed, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. On the YouTube side, yes, YouTube has been growing. I should check. I'm like shamelessly telling everyone to follow me on YouTube. Even yesterday at the event, it's like, oh, do you have an Instagram? I'm like, yeah, but follow me on YouTube. And thankfully, I think people were. Yeah, okay. So we crossed 9,000 was it last week, I think? So right now we're at almost 9,100. We're almost at 9,100, which means if we keep this pace up, we should be able to actually hit that 10,000 mark that I was hoping for by the end of the year. So yeah, that's good. All right. We're on a good trajectory. I just need to make these videos so that, we're consistent. So thank you very much, Mohammed. You are helping the cause. Okay, so let's continue then here. Let's say, can we take a interesting moment? Not that it matters, because the lighting, everything is probably about the same. But it's kind of something cool with her with the drone, so let's see. Something like this. Okay, let's just play with this particular shot. Color correction wise, honestly, I don't see much I want to do with it. If there's some way to compress, maybe, but okay, let's just keep it like this. We'll keep the colors as is. So let's just hop straight into Dehancer then. Here we go. I am genuinely curious how Dehancer plays with the shot like this, because we got like a bit of everything here. Mohammed, you said, I really liked your ZR review. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I take it you watched the video and then from there you followed me here. So that's cool. Okay. It's always, I'm so new to YouTube. So it's always fun for me to learn, like, how do people discover different parts of my content, or how do they end up following me? So thank you very much. I appreciate you hopping in here to let me know. That was our very first review video, proper review video. So I hope that I will be able to continue to impress you with these types of videos. I'm working on it now. I am currently trying to find a video editor to help me out so I can be faster, so I can be much more consistent, but also like just pump out really high quality content. So there's a lot of like promising people that have reached out to me via YT Jobs. So it's just a matter of I'm trying to put together some potential test footage for them to work with. And I really need a lot of help on the review side. So yeah, fingers crossed. But yeah, right now, that's why I'm editing these footages right now. I have a video I need to make about Dehancer. So Dehancer is the film emulation software. It's a plugin that I'm using right now as part of my video editing. So this is what we're playing with. I'm just seeing the effects of Dehancer on my footage. And we're using a bunch of sample shots to see how does it work across different subjects, different lighting situations, and all that. And this shot in particular, I'm actually really excited, because the original shot had a lot of different colors. And like it's good enough that I feel like I can make a LUT out of this footage, because we get nice lights, cool tones, warm tones, and it's somewhat like in a split manner. So, and even now as I'm looking through some of these, man, there's a bunch of these profiles that I really like. Like this one I like as well, Arrow Color 4125. This one is got like a faded look to it, but it's also nice. This one's a little too faded, too dark. I like the blues on this one. I'm trying to see, I want to mix some of these, like add really nice colors to the blues, but then it ends up taking away, it's like stripping away the warm tones. So I'm trying to see, is there a way to maintain both? And I'm also a fan of this kind of faded look and feel, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Let's see. I like the dark. I like the blues on this one too. Rolay CN200. Okay. There was one towards the beginning of the list, so let's just do another kind of pass through and see. There's some good options here. This one does a good job of retaining a bit of the warm tones here while still kind of having the nice blues. But the blues I don't like as much as some of the other examples. So this one I like a lot in terms of, again, I guess it's a stylistic thing, and I don't know how best to describe it, but there's like this kind of like desaturated look that seems to be something I enjoy quite a bit. Or at least I'm recognizing a pattern of what it is that I like. So the same thing goes here. There's a bit of like a desaturated look to the colors, which I seem to be a fan of. So this one's Fuji Color 100. So let's keep that one in mind. This one just adds a bit more light to it. This one's nice too. I might go with this one because this one added a bit more faded look to it and a bit more, yeah, slightly warmer. Let's see. Actually, I think I like this. We'll go with the Fuji Color 100 for this one. So let's work with this one first. Let's see what other changes we can make. Maybe we drop the contrast slightly. Okay, I think I like this. Oh, I'm giving myself like a bit of a migraine. Migraine's too strong of a word, but sometimes if I shift my eyes between screens too quickly, I like end up, yeah, tiring my eyes out a bit, almost in a nauseous way. So I'm feeling a little bit nauseous, I guess is what I'm saying. All right, let's choose this Prince profile. I think I like this 2383 just because it retains a bit more of the warm tones here. Well, it's got the blues. It's a bit high contrast though, so I'm curious if we can adjust for it. Just slightly. Okay, I kind of like this desaturated look, just slightly. Okay, something like this maybe. Here, let's just look at a before after. Yeah, I like this. So we got a before after. So you can tell it's yeah, slightly desaturated. So her skin tone, you can see it the most, I think, in terms of the desaturation. Although you can see here as well. So lost a lot of the greens, the yellows, which is fine. I kind of want to focus more on like the kind of like an orangey tone plus the cool tones on the other side. So, and slightly dark, slightly faded, I think. And then the last thing we'll do is we'll check out the film grain, halation effect, and our bloom effect. And then let's check this out. And again, I'm not always a fan of the grain, if I'm being honest. I just feel like that 35mm just cuts away, especially on a small face on the screen. But we'll keep the rest and we'll see. Mohammed, you asked, what do you think of the Nikon MED10 shotgun microphone? Is it worth it, or should I buy the Comica Audio VM40? I will say that with the MED10, I loved it. I really love that microphone. Like, I personally will make sure to get mine. I don't know when I'm going to receive my ZR, but it's in the works. Hopefully I'll get one soon. But the MED10, yes. Now, the Comica Audio VM40, I just never heard of it, so let me check this out now. Comica Audio VM40. Ooh, it looks really nice. So I'm assuming it's kind of similar to the Rode NTG in terms of like, actually I have no idea. Let's watch the video, but so this looks like a proper shotgun mic, right? So I would say just by looking at it, although I kind of, yeah, so based on the size of this, I would assume perhaps, without having done a test, maybe this one would be much better at getting like an actual focused audio. Just given like it's much longer. The MED10 is fairly small. It's like very compact and small in size, which is why I like it, and the quality was to my liking, right? This one seems like you should be able to get far away sounds much better without ever testing it or knowing anything about it. But also I see here that it's wired cables and such, and it just has a bigger, for me it's like it takes up so much space, and I prefer, like, honestly, I just want things that aren't too in your face or like too large to deal with. And especially ideally I don't want things with a lot of cables. And one of the cool things about the shotgun, the MED10, assuming you get it, like, you know, for example with the Nikon, right, is that the MED10, it's completely digital. There's no, it's like completely wireless. You just hook it to the digital shoe mount and you're immediately just ready to go. There's no confusions. It's just fast. Gets the job done. So I can't tell you, I can't give an honest answer, Mohammed, just because I've never used the Comica Audio. I will say prior to using this one, and this is the one I want, I do have the shotgun, what is it? The shotgun NTG Rode. I have like the, you know, it's like a fairly expensive one. Yeah, I have one of these guys, I think. Just trying to find the one with B&H maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one I have, right? So it's just you have to charge it, you have to put the cable in, all that. So I don't know, it's just a bit more cumbersome. It's also bigger, so it kind of stands out. It, you know, I bump it into things sometimes. Once you attach the wind muff onto it as well, it's just bulkier. It just takes up a lot more real estate, or just in your face. And to me, I think what I like about this guy is just it's very compact. And now also with, if you're getting the ZR as well, the ZR, I think the reason why, I can't speak for anything besides like shooting with the ZR with this microphone, is you're dealing with the 32-bit flow audio. So you're able to capture sound really, really well. Even if it's from a far distance, you're able to rescue it quite well. Yeah, it's 32-bit. Oh, the other one as well. Gotcha. Idris says, hi. Well, hi back at you. Would you say the Canon EOS 50D is a good intermediate camera? I'm not sure, Idris. I've never really shot with Canon ever. But let's just take a look at it. We can take a quick Canon EOS 50D. There's a few people in my chat who are much more well-versed in this kind of questions. If you would like to join my Discord, let me make sure to share this as well. Because in that community, hopefully as we build up our community, there will be people who can respond to your questions, hopefully with better answers than what I could provide. Both the Nikon and the Comica are 32-bit. Okay, that's good. I didn't know that. Let's check out this review of the Canon EOS 50D. What's the price point? $50D is a 40D. Okay, 15 megapixel sensor. Yeah, honestly, I don't know much about Canon cameras. And I'm also fairly new to like the cinema line of cameras as well, just as an FYI. So I normally shoot with the Nikon Z9, sometimes the Z8, and then also my Z6 III. Is Canon EOS 50D a good intermediate camera? And what are competitors to consider? Let's see what the AI pops up with. While the Canon EOS 50D was a well-regarded intermediate DSLR when it was released in 2008, it is not a good choice today due to its age. So I guess that's yeah, I don't know what the cost is though. Older sensor technology results in poor image quality at high ISOs and worse dynamic range compared to modern cameras, even entry-level models. Additionally, it lacks key modern features like video recording, reliable live view autofocus, and Wi-Fi. For similar value today, you should consider modern entry-level DSLR or a used version of a more advanced but still older model. So then the examples it's giving is a Canon EOS 2000D Rebel T7, which has a 24 megapixel superior low light performance, Wi-Fi. There's the Nikon D3500, which is known for its ease of use, excellent image quality, and impressive battery life. It's great for beginners and intermediates. And then the Canon EOS 250D, which is the Rebel SL3, and it offers a versatile, vari-angled touchscreen 4K recording and powerful DJI 8 processor for excellent images. So yeah, you got it for 45 pounds. Oh, well, listen, if you get it for that cheap, anything's good, right? Who cares? So I'm a big fan, or I think sometimes having too good of a camera can stunt your development and your growth as a photographer, videographer, as a creator. If you're able to start with something that is maybe not the best, right? But it does all the functions you normally need it to do. It doesn't matter how old it is. If it used to be considered really good back in the day, I think it's good to start with that, because then it forces you to have to learn how to get the proper shots. Whereas, like, imagine if you shoot with an iPhone these days, you won't necessarily learn about the importance of shutter speed or ISOs or aperture or anything like that, right? Because with an iPhone, it just kind of, you shoot and you kind of see what you get, and you don't care because it's on a small screen and you just share it for social media. So then you might never end up learning the technical, the fundamentals, let's say, that could actually help you in the future as a good foundation. So yeah, honestly, I do think there is a lot of merit to not necessarily always chasing after the best quality, best gear all the time. You know, there's a time and a place for sure, but sometimes it's actually good, especially when you're starting out. Yeah, because like the first camera I shot with was a Sony A6000. And you know what? It was like a really good camera. It was about $500 at the time. But it, like, you know, it was an excellent camera, but there's a lot of things that it didn't do as well. And it forced me when it came to like the editing process to kind of correct for certain things or have to be more proper with my settings. So there was no cheat code. There was no handicap that it gives you. And so I think I'm a better photographer because of it. Whereas if I started with the best, you know, you'll do things without realizing that the reasons for it. So you won't ever learn properly. So Idris, you said, because I've been shooting mobile and I've gotten really good at ISO and shutter speed, but I can't do aperture because it is fixed, so I shoot manual on my phone. Oh yeah, yeah. I think even with the iPhone, you are able to adjust the aperture now. But yeah, honestly, if it only costs you 45 pounds, just try. Just start shooting with that. I think I'm sure the quality of the shots you'll get, it'll be fantastic, right? It's just sometimes we chase after the most modern, the most shiniest object. But can you imagine you said, hey, I spent 45 pounds and I shot this with something that cost me 45 pounds. And then people will be blown away, right? Because you're exceeding expectations anyways. But it'll also make you feel, I don't know, it's a personal thing. But yeah, I would say go for it. Start shooting with it. Yeah, until you get comfortable. And then, yeah, feel free to move on to other things. But yeah, I honestly have never shot with Canon cameras. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting kind of a bit of a headache right now, just from, I think I was shifting my eyes from back and forth between shots, and I must have done a thing where I kind of like did a cross-eye moment, and so my eyes just got really like, yeah, I'm having a moment here with it, unfortunately. So just even staring at the screen here, it's a bit of a exercise. But let's just check this out real quick. Let's see how this turned out. Let's stabilize the footage real quick. And then we're going to see. But honestly, I really like the colors on this. Again, shout out to Dehancer. I've been truly enjoying how it can level up my shots. Like in terms of the colors and everything. This one, yeah, it is a bit of a cheat code as well. Idris said IG. I don't know what IG stands for. It is still APS-C size sensor, and my phone only has a 1-inch sensor. Gotcha. I think the APS-C sensors are fantastic. It depends what you're shooting, I guess, as well. But you know, if you're shooting wildlife, I feel like sometimes having an APS-C sensor could be fantastic because obviously you end up getting a bit of a crop factor built in. So you just like naturally get a bit punchier shot. All right, let's check this out. Cool. Colors look great. And then maybe we'll slow it down later. We'll see. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, so how far do we get? So these are the shots that we have edited so far in terms of testing it out with Dehancer. Let's just hop between the before and afters. So before and after with Dehancer on this one. And basically the rule of thumb for me was I was just doing the color corrections only on the original footage, and then trying to see, can I use Dehancer for both any of the grain effects or the film effects, as well as can I use it for the creative colors as well. Idris, you said, I cannot edit video for the life of me. I'm pretty good at photo editing, but as soon as I see a video, I'm cooked. Listen, man, it all comes with time. Definitely do not say you can't do it. Because yeah, okay, I'll say for myself, I started off doing photography, and yeah, when I was doing photography, like, you know, I've been doing it now for like, I think 8 years or so, but throughout the whole process, I look at people who do video, I was like, oh, I could never do that. I could never do, I would never do video. That seems way too difficult. How do you, you know, color grade for some moving objects and everything else? Let me just stick to photo. But then at some point, as you keep getting better at editing photos, you do realize a lot of the principles, while they're different, there's a lot of things that are similar in terms of foundational levels. And then once you understand aperture, ISO, you know, shutter speed, and you kind of understand that a bit more naturally, or like you know, second nature, you realize it kind of applies to video as well. And so then yeah, you need some good software. Exactly. So you'll need some good software just to, because the videos are oftentimes heavier files, and so it just requires a bit more. But in terms of like the, yeah, so technically speaking, or resource wise, it might cost more, but from like a knowledge basis of like what does it take to learn how to edit a video versus edit a photo in terms of the colors, let's say, it's somewhat similar, I will say. So do not say you can't do it. You absolutely can. Just build your way up there. Start with the photos. Once you get comfortable with that, then maybe start dabbling in like short form videos. That's what I did, right? So I went from photography with wildlife, then I switched over to doing like quick wildlife videos. I did videos of my tattoo sessions. So you just take any subject, but you like make a 5-second video, right? And then once you get comfortable with that, then you can start doing the longer form. I swear to you, like, man, even maybe like a year before I started my YouTube channel, all the way up until then, I was like, I could never do YouTube. That's like, that sounds impossible. Like someone who does someone who makes YouTube videos, I was like, I don't know how they do that. Cause like I'm struggling just editing a single frame. How do you then tell a story with thousands of frames with like whatever, right? So I always thought it was impossible, but eventually, as I got more comfortable doing short form videos, like 3-second videos, 5-second videos, 10-second videos, then it became like, oh, I get the hang of it. Now, if I have enough good content or footages, I could do like a 5-minute video. I could do a 10-minute video. And now I feel very comfortable doing it. And I laugh almost at the thought that if I listened to my former self and saying like, oh, I could never do YouTube, I wish I would hit the younger Yobel over the head. Because like, yo, what are you doing? You absolutely can't do it. And now, right, then the next step was like, as I did YouTube, I was like, oh, I could never like make a film though. I could never like properly do something like a Hollywood production. You know, like you always have these, oh, I can't do that though. Those require like extra special schooling or like a certain whatever. But then very recently, again, because I had some opportunities land my way, at least I was able to make my own like short film, right? Where I followed a good story structure. I try to, you know, adhere to something that could count as a short film. So that used to be something I thought was impossible. So I don't know, it's always fun when I think about every time I think something's impossible, because chances are, track record shows, it may actually not be. So, do you shoot log? Yes, I do. Everything here also is shot in N-Log. So this is, most of these shots are in NRAW N-Log. So even when I'm shooting in the red format, that's also in log format. I think it's like, what is it? Log 3G10 or something like that. So yeah, filming in log, because then that's like shooting in RAW, essentially, for photographers. Kevin says, I shoot logs in the toilet when I drop a deuce. Nice, nice. The best resolution, I'm sure. Did not expect that one. The janitor didn't either. Nice. Snappy with it. So yeah, with the RAW, you just have a lot more control over the exposures, the colors, the creative direction you want to take with your shots. As long as you don't overexpose or underexpose your image, you should have a lot of space to be creative. Okay, so let's just do a quick recap. So we got our before and afters with Dehancer on this shot, before and after on this one, with our horse. Let me drop to this one, before and after. I really like this one though, for sure. Actually, let me go back to the gorilla one, because there's a, let's go to the yawning moment. So I have this nice yawn moment here. So again, Dehancer proved me wrong a little bit, because I didn't know how good it would be for like, if I want to keep something for like wildlife, like something that where I want to maintain a bit of natural look and feel. And I think it did an excellent job. For a lot of people, things are impossible because of their mentality. For sure, yeah. It's just it's like if only you could time travel to your future self or see an alternate universe where if you just chose not to say I can't do this and at least try, you'd be surprised how oftentimes you actually might be able to. This was one of my favorites, I think, to edit. Whoops, wrong button. So again, the before, and then the after, and especially right for the smoking. So here we go. We got that nice. So before and then after. So that turned out super nice. I like that. I like that one the most probably. Then we got this one. Before and after. So before, after. Before, and then after. So I like that one a lot. And then this one we just did as well. Let's hop over to here. Before, and then after. And this one I did add a bit of grain here, so let's see again. Before, after. Do 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 do. I feel like I have to get used to this grain effect. To me, sometimes I feel like this grain is just way too much. But it seems like this is the kind of grain that is considered the standard. It's a 35mm grain, ISO 250. Then we did this one. Before and after. And this is the final one we did. Before, sorry, after, and before. And there we go. So that's what we got done today. Unfortunately, yeah, I swear, like my eyes are just killing me now. Idris, you said you asked what FPS do you shoot for the motion blur? Oh man, I don't. Oh, okay. I'll give the answer for how I was doing it, but then I've discovered this concept called shutter angle, which I'm hoping to use all the time now. Yo, what's up, Maple Glades? You said, Idris, you're meeting everyone these last few days. Nice, nice. Been lurking. Thanks for being here, Maple. Although, man, my eyes are killing me, and I just need to, like, I need to step away from the computer in a second. If you're shooting 120 frames, you should use 1/250th shutter speed. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, what is it just called? The shutter rule? Is that what it's called? But yeah, basically, if you don't want motion blur, if you want like the right amount of motion blur, I guess, to mimic like a natural look, you're supposed to do like 1/2 times whatever your shutter speed is. Sorry, 1/2 times whatever your frame rate is. So if you're shooting at 60 frames per second, then you would want, in an ideal world, you should have 1/120, but I think it's usually 1/125 is the closest. But yeah, the shutter angle thing, that just like changed my life once I learned about it. So yeah. But Genghis Khan is Genghis Khan. Oh wait, what did you say, Kevin? Imagine if Genghis Khan was like, nah, I don't think I can conquer Asia and Eastern Europe. I thought you were going to go in a different direction with that. I thought you were going to say, imagine if Genghis Khan was like, no, I can't marry and sleep with every woman in all of Asia. And look where he's gone. Look what he was able to accomplish. You just gotta put your heart into it, you know? He was a dirt poor village boy growing up. Anyways. Idris, if you were asking about the motion blur, there's also a concept where people film where you make it look even blurrier than... So like when you're filming and everyone, you know, you get that blur of people passing by. That one, I think you have to like set your camera to like 1/... some seconds, right? Like a, yeah, I forget what the actual thing is, but there's a way to set your shutter speed so then you get that real like kind of long exposure blur effect. The 180-degree shutter, yeah. So hybrid cameras typically have set shutter speeds, but if you have a cinema camera, you can set it to 180, so it will be 24 frames per second and 48 shutter. I didn't know about the last two things you mentioned there. I just knew again, for me as a layman, it was more just like, hey, just set it to 180, and then it'll just always make whatever your footage, no matter your frame rates, it'll always just look like the right amount of blur. Anything beyond the 180 is creative choice. A lot of people over crank the shutter to be higher during fight scenes, which has a more aggressive feel. Oh, okay. I never thought about that. I should keep that in mind. Same thing for slow shutter for dreamy feel. But then what do people do for wildlife? I guess would be the question. I'm assuming I would just want to keep it at 180, but actually I don't know. Is that a question for ChatGPT as well? Oh, my eyes. Standard motion blur, gotcha. Oh, by the way, Maple, just a quick little life update. I said it already a bunch of times, but so yesterday I went to an event. It was like a Nikon ZR launch event that they were doing for the Middle East African region. And so I actually got to see my short documentary film on the freaking IMAX screen. So that was really cool. There's 3 of us, I guess, from the region who got access to the ZR. And so we had all made a quick, like, 5-minute short film. And so then they played it back to back to back on the big theater screen for, like, a small audience. And it was so cool to see, man. So cool. I wonder if oh, yeah, let me quickly just show it here. Yeah, this is the theater. And it was also cool because they were playing a bunch of footages from one of the trips that I organized to Vietnam. So it was like kind of like a teaser. They had a bunch of footages from a bunch of trips. But it's cool that they had some from me here. Yeah, and there's me. Very, very quickly. Me with my backpack and extra bag. And yeah, just, man. Traveling is a workout for me every time. So this is the theater. And then in terms of the footage, this is what it looked like. It was so cool. Nikon bought red, yes.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving.
Although, so then one thing I was mentioning, in terms of a learning for next time, assuming I have a next time where I can have one of my films on a big screen, because I had to convert this to a DCP DCI something. Mohammed, you said my ZR just arrived today. What cage did you use for a ZR? It was the small rig cage. Although, to be honest, I have my complaints with the small rig cage. I felt that it kind of blocks my finger from reaching some of the top 3 buttons. If you're like, my finger goes to the shutter button. If I want to reach those, it was a little bit more cumbersome if you're hand holding, but otherwise it's fine, Depends what frame rate the documentary is shot in, which might be 30 frames. I usually drop everything to 24 frames per second just because I like to slow motion a bunch of footages, so it just gives me the most space to slow it down. 30 is more for realistic stuff like talk shows. Okay. That is an excellent start to this film. Pulls you right in. Yeah, man. I wish I could share, because obviously I had to edit all this behind the scenes. Without live streaming because it was a secret project, if you will. But I wish this was something I could have done during the live streams because it was 5 days nonstop of like trying to figure out what to do. And initially for the opening scene, I was thinking of I wanted obviously the most dramatic shot. So I was thinking using one of these shots where you see the chimp, walking through in the cage. However, I didn't want to start the footage or the film with a shot with like the cages because it can give off a bit more of a negative connotation, even though that's not what this is used for. Just naturally people would see steel bars, cage, and then assume this is like something maybe more negative. So I wanted to use the shot where you see the chimp out in the wild, out in nature, and obviously getting this really cool close-up shot added a fun aspect to it. So one thing I learned from the shot is the 35 millimeter is an epic. I really need to add a 35 millimeter to my arsenal because my other choice is my 20 millimeter that I normally have with me. But if I were to shoot this with a 20 millimeter, I would have felt that the subject would just be much farther away, or it'd be, smaller on screen, more part of the background, maybe a bit more distorted. Whereas with the 35, I felt like it takes up so much of the screen space, like as a nice portraiture, but it separates from the background really well, and you end up still having enough space to show the background. So it provides a bit more context of like where is the chimp. You can see it's out in the forest, but the chimp itself feels like nicely in focus and like separated from the background. So anyways, I discovered the 35 was like, man, I need to get me one of these. 35 is a great focal length for this kind of stuff. It's wide enough to show more of the scene, but still tight enough to look. Yeah, thank you. You said it in fewer words, so I appreciate that. Yeah, wide enough to show more of the scene, but still tight enough to look cinematic. It's a real human eye length. Gotcha. What aperture did you use? So for this one, I shot it at aperture 2. It was a 35 millimeter f1.2. And so then I had read somewhere recently, Maple, you might actually know more about this, but as I was scrambling to do research right before the shoot, because literally this was all last minute, I think I had less than a week to like prepare for everything. But as I was watching some videos about like how do you properly film, as a filmmaker, I think one thing I watched was someone suggested that whatever your lens aperture is, the lowest number, you should be shooting like 1 to 2 stops, I think, above that number to get like the best quality out of your lens. And I guess that works for photography as well. I just never knew about that kind of concept. Also, I don't know if that's true, but at least someone that seemed reputable had mentioned like you should be shooting, I think it was like 1 to 2 stops higher. And then I think somewhere I saw that people were recommending aperture. If you shoot at 2.8, that might be like the best in terms of getting like the best sharpness and quality. But this could be a subjective thing, I'm not sure. But like when you shoot at like 1.2, obviously the issue, and I run into this all the time, you just end up with like most of your image is not sharp. So maybe I'll get one of the eyes of the chimp in focus, but then everything else is blurry. So it's much more obvious sometimes with like photos that I've taken, but yeah. So I was shooting a lot at f2 and f2.8. Oh yeah, so then Maple, I was going to say one other thing is you said you'll get the best quality by stopping the lens down a bit, and you're using the right terms too, stopping the lens down. It'll also get more in focus, especially if you're up close. If it's up close and at 1.2, everything is going to look soft and you won't even be able to tell where the focus is, which is distracting. At a distance, it's better, but up close, you want to stop it down. Okay. Thank you for that, yeah. One thing I noticed, and this is because when I was exporting this file, they needed it in like a DCP 2K DCI scope something. And as part of that, I needed to switch the audio from stereo mode to the 5.1 mode. And I think I did something wrong, it seems like, where the voiceover, so there's like, you have the Dr. Rakundo's voice.
Is a lesson in balance.
But then whenever you would hear his voice, in addition to the soundtrack, in addition to like extra like ambient sounds that I was including, it sounded like it would duck the voice of his voice down. And the audio technicians or whoever, they kind of rescued it pretty decently for the thing. But that's probably something I did wrong when it came to the, yeah. But it looks super cool on the big screen. I was super happy. And then I was joking earlier, but one of the things I wasn't expecting is that there was a Q&A session. So then they had us do a Q&A afterwards. And they did not prep me for this. They didn't tell me about this. Thank you very much, Idris. Thanks for being here. Yeah, and enjoy your day. But yeah, holy crap. They told me to dress up and that was it. And then I got bombarded with a bunch of questions. So I did my best to like try to give some good answers, but Jesus. Was that not you said I'm very curious at what they asked for, because that's great to know, especially for short film presentation. Oh yeah, I can show you actually. Where's my mouse? They asked for DCP, so I didn't change any of that, but it was this 2K, I think it was 2K DCI scope. And yeah, so then I needed to reconvert all my footage into this. So I had to set the timeline setting to this 2048 by 858 DCI scope 2.39. And then in this whatever thing, in 24 frames per second, I think I put the bit rate to 500. Is there anything else? Yeah, I think that was it. And then I kept the same color space and gamma tag, whatever. So yeah, that was like the settings, and it seemed to work out. It was just really the audio thing when I switched to that 5.1. I must have made some mistakes there. So Yeah, but anyways, that's what's happened. It was super cool, man. Oh man. Yeah, like I think it there's so many kind words yesterday. A huge ego boost is what I was saying earlier. But basically I feel super pumped to like do more of these. And I think it's really up to me. I think there's a decent number of connections that I can make now. People who were at the event, some of the Nikon people, someone from DJI apparently in my region. But it's really up to me to like actually figure out how do I take this forward and not lose momentum. And that probably includes like I need to actually see what it takes to pitch a project. So whether it's like just try to figure out where can I go to film some story, maybe try to leverage a sponsor or two, or like just figure out how to make that possible. And then, and maybe tie it up with some really cool product that I can leverage maybe. But yeah. So I feel more pumped that I could do this myself. Because before it's like, I still kind of feel this, but it's like, oh, I'm not a proper filmmaker. Or like I haven't followed any process that I should to learn things properly, know the workflows and all that. But the reception I got from this definitely kind of hyped me up where I'm like, yo, let's get at it. So yeah, part of it's like finding how do you put a team together? How do you put a budget together? How do you make sure you have a good story? Obviously there's I'm simplifying the crap out of what I assume is like a really, really challenging endeavor, but hey, why not try? So very excited for next year for sure. I'm trying not to travel for the rest of the year though, because we're almost coming to the end anyways. But I need to kind of think about next year. Can I maybe like slot in 1 or 2 of these projects where I can travel for almost like up to a month if necessary to document something enticing, exciting, and just doing it with the vein, like with the line of sight of like this is going to be for like a nice film. So like have a shot list, have like a nice crew that can capture certain things. I don't know. I'm excited, and it sounds like there's enough people now who maybe they're not aware yet, although I try to be honest about it. Maybe they're not aware that I'm still not like a proper filmmaker, but they're like willing to work with me. So okay, let's lean into it. So we'll see. For reference later, let me grab this, or let me just add it in. And thank you very much. You said lurking. I haven't done enough yet today. No worries. We'll chat as I can. I appreciate it, man. Let's see. You sent the link here. Oh, it's a clip. Oh, nice. Thank you for doing clips. I need to learn how to make use of those as well. Nikon Theater. They asked for DCP, so I didn't change any of that, but it was this 2K, I think it was 2K. Oh, I see, for reference later. Gotcha. Nice. Cool. Thanks, man. Okay, well, while I do appreciate that you're lurking, I mentioned I need to take a break. I think I need to maybe take a rest. I drove like an hour or two. I took a long drive this morning. I went to a psychiatrist. Nothing crazy, but I figured let's just check if I have ADHD. So I think my eyes are just tired because I was playing chess throughout the entire drive. So I'm a bit car sick, and then just kind of jumping my eyes around between all the screens. I feel a little bit of a nausea. So all right, with all of that, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just gotta, let me just take a break, get some food in my stomach, maybe pass out. But I've got my official cat bed set up over on the side here, and Nala is already using it. So now I can just pet her, I guess, without needing to stretch. I can bug the shit out of her, and she's right there. So she loves it. That's cool. So hopefully next time both cats will show up on the stream. Take care of yourself, says Maple. B Batch is editing photos if you want to raid out, but whatevs. Listen, man, next time I've overstayed my welcome in the sense of I gotta step away from this. I'm not even kidding. I'm usually not this kind of feeling that sick, but next time for sure. Thank you, man. I just gotta end this now. So thank you guys, appreciate it, and I'll see you